Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this part of the course we are going to talk about property flags and descriptors. As we know that object can store properties. Until now, a property was a simple key value pair to us. But an object property is actually a more flexible and powerful thing. In this tutorial, we will study additional configuration options, and in the next tutorial, we are going to see how to invisibly turn those into getter or setter functions. But for now, you need to just focus on the property flags and descriptors. So let's just study the first part here in this tutorial, that is the property flags. Now, object properties besides a value have three special attributes, or you can say flags. The first one is writable. Now, if true, the value can be changed, otherwise it is going to be read only. The second property is enumerable. If true, then listed in loops, otherwise not listed. And the third one is configurable. Now, if true, the property can be deleted and these attributes can be modified or otherwise not. Now, we didn't see them yet because generally they do not show up. Now, when we create a property, the usual way all of them are true, but we can also change them anytime. So first, let's see how to get those flags. Now, to get those flags, there is a syntax that looks something like this. Let descriptor equal to object dot get on property descriptor, and in the parameters you have the object and you have the property name. So the method object.getOwnPropertyDescriptors allows to query the full information about a property. Now in the parameters, you can see that the first parameter is this object right over here. That is the object from which we want to get the information. The second one is the property name, that is the name of the property. Now, the returned value is a so called property descriptor object. It contains the value and it contains all the flags. So, let's just see this with the help of a very simple example where we have a user, the name of which is our very old friend John. So now if you want to apply the descriptor function here, so we are going to write in descriptor and we are going to make it equal to object dot, and it is going to be get on property descriptor, and the first parameter, as I told you, is going to be the object, that is user in our case, and the second one is going to be the name of the property. So the name of the property, as you can see here, is the name. So let's just close this and write down here, if you want to alert that, you are going to have json.stringify. You are going to specify the descriptor, null, and 2. So if you save this page and run your code, you can see that you have got a value as John, the writable is true, enumerable is true, and the configurable is true. Now, if you want to change the flags, that are three flags, and we discussed those in the very beginning, that if they are true, the values can be changed, listed in loops, and properties can be deleted with reference to writable, enumerable, and configuration respectively. So if you want to change the flags, then you also can do that using the object dot define property. So let's just first talk about the syntax of that. It is something like object dot define property, not properties, but it is going to be property. And inside that, you have to first write in the name of the object. After writing the name of the object, you have to write in the name of the property. So it is going to be property name as the second argument, and the third parameter is going to be the descriptor. So object and the property name are the object and its property that are to be applied to the descriptor. And finally, the descriptor here is the property descriptor object to apply. So if the property exists, the defined property is going to update its flags. Otherwise, it is going to create the property with a given value and flags. In that case, if a flag is not applied, it is going to be assumed as false. For instance, if here in the property name is created with all falsy flags, for example, if in this very same example, we just have this a removed here and we use object dot define property here. So we will just remove this from here and move it right at the top here. And the object is going to be user, as I told you. The property name is going to be name. And the third parameter, as I told you, is going to be something like this, where we have value equal to John. But since we already have got the value, so we will just remove this from here because we are going to have the value right inside here as the descriptor. So we have the object, we have the property name, as well as we have got the descriptor information here. So right after that, you are going to have this descriptor where you have got the user and name, and then you're going to have this JSON object. So if you now refresh this page, you can see that your flags are false, false, and false, which means that now John is not writable, it is not enumerable, and it is not configurable. So if you compare it with the normally created user.name in the previous example, you can see that all flags are falsy. Now, if that's not what we want, then we would order set them to true in the descriptor. So now let's see the effects of the flag by example one by one. So the first one is the property of non-writable. So let's make user.name not writable, which means that it cannot be reassigned by changing the writable flag. So right here, the first thing which we are going to do is that we are going to get back name as John. Now what we are going to do is that in the parameters here, right inside here, we are going to actually have writable, and we are going to make the writable equal to false, which means that now it is non-writable, which means that the value of user dot name cannot be reassigned. So right down here, let's just say that, oh my bad, right down here, if you want to write in user dot name and you want to make it equal to Peter, then I'm sorry, Peter, you are not allowed to be here because the property which you want to access is not writable, so you are not allowed to do that. Which means that this line over here is going to generate an error message because you cannot assign to read only property that is name. So which means that no one can change the name of the user unless they apply their own define property to override ours. So we are going to see an example, but the property is going to be created from the very scratch. Now, how it is going to be done, we are going to just remove this from here. So now what we are going to do is that we are going to have object dot define property where we are going to have the value here, and the value as we know is John. Now what we are going to do is that we are going to have a comma here, and what we are going to do is that we are going to make enumerable as true, a comma again, and we are going to make the configurable true as well. So for new properties, we need to explicitly list what is going to be true. So right down here, if you want to now alert the user dot name, then it is going to give you John. Whereas if you try to actually have user dot name equal to again Peter, then Peter, you are again sorry, because this is something that is not allowed. Because if you remember the previous example where we did not specify any of this, where we only made value John, then when you run the code, you know that writable was false, the configurable was false, and the enumerable was false. But as you can see here, that since we have got enumerable true and configurable true, whereas writable is missing, so by default writable is going to be false, which means that this statement over here is something that is not allowed. Whereas if you write in here writable as true, add a comma, now this statement over here is not going to give you any error and it is going to run perfectly. So that's basically how you can make something as non-writable. So in the next tutorial, we are going to discuss how to make something non-enumerable or non-configurable. So I guess that is it with this tutorial. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to continue on with property flags and descriptors, and in this we are going to talk about the second flag, that is enumerable, and we are going to see how we are going to make something non-enumerable. So if you have a look at this example we have, so what we are going to do is that we are going to have a user that is going to be John. Now with John, what we are going to do is that we are going to add a custom function that is going to be named as toString function to the user. Now, normally a built-in toString function for objects is non-enumerable. It does not show up in the for in loop, but if we add a toString function of our own, then by default it shows up for in a for in loop. So we will add the toString function, and inside this function we are going to simply return this dot name. Now what we are going to do is that we will just remove these statements from here, and we are going to have a for in loop where we are going to have for let key, and not get but key in user, we are going to alert the key. So if you run this function, it is going to return you the two keys. So let's just see the output here. You can see that it says name, and the second key is to string. So if we don't like it, then we can set the enumerable to false, then it won't appear in a for in loop, just like the built-in one. So if you use the object.define property for that, so if you have object dot define property, not properties, so to have this function, you can have the first parameter as the object. The second parameter is going to be the to string, and the third parameter is going to be enumerable as false, which means that you have made the enumerable as false. So if you now have the code where you have the for loop, let key in user, if you want to alert the key, save this page, run this, you can see that you have got name, and that is going to be it. So I guess we just have the for key twice, so that's why we got name twice. Yes, we need to remove this. And my bad, I quoted it twice. So if you run this, it is going to only have name, and that's it. It is not going to have this toString because now it is enumerable, which is set to false. So that's why it is going to only have the one. So non-enumerable properties are also excluded from object.case. Then the third one is how to make something non-configurable. Now, the non-configurable flag, which means configurable colon false, is sometimes preset for built-in objects and properties. A non-configurable property cannot be deleted, its attribute cannot be modified. For instance, if you have mat.py, which is non-writable, non-enumerable, and non-configurable. So what we will have is we will just remove this from here, and let's just say that we have a descriptor that is equal to object dot get on property descriptor, that is math, and we want the value of pi. Now what we want to do is that we want to alert json dot stringify these descriptor null and 2. So if you run this code, you know that it is going to give you the value of pi, whereas writable, enumerable, and configurable are by default going to be a false. So a programmer is unable to change the value of pi wherever he wants to overwrite it. So if you write in math dot pi and you want to just change the value to, let's just say 3, then sorry buddy, you are not allowed to do that, because pi is a constant value, and since we haven't specified anything over here, so which means that the default values for writable, enumerable, and configurable are active, which means all these three are false at this instance. You can simply not change that. So we also can change math.py to be writable again, because that is going to actually generate error because of configurable as false. So if you have something like here object dot define property, and you want to change the value of math and pi, and you want to make the writable as true, then that is something that is totally not allowed here, because the configurable is false, so that's why writable cannot be true, because there is absolutely nothing you can do with the value of pi. So making a property non-configurable is a one-way road. We cannot change it back with defined property. So please note that making configurable false prevents change of property flags and its deletion while allowing to change its value. So if you talk about the previous example right here, where we have made a user.name a force seal constant, just like the built-in math.py. So to do that, you can see that we have got username. We don't need this string anymore. So what we are going to have is we are going to have object dot define property, where we have user. This time we are going to change the toString to a name, and we are going to have a writable and configurable as false. So we will write in here writable is false, whereas the configurable is also false. Now what we are going to have is that we won't be able to change user.name or its flag, all this. So if you write in something like user dot name equal to Peter, it is not going to work. If you want to have delete, not delete, but delete user dot name, then that is also something that is not allowed. If you want to define property again, which means that you want to have define property function again, and you want to have user, you want to have name, and you want to change the value using that, let's just say to Peter, then that is also something that is not allowed. So finally, let's talk about object.define properties, not property. So there is a method which you have seen often when I try to write and define property. It usually got me the object.define properties, which is exactly what we are going to cover now. So you can see the syntax for that. It has two parameters. The first one is the object, and the second one is the descriptor. Now, the syntax is quite obvious. You can have prop1 descriptor 1, prop2 descriptor 2, like something this, which is going to be an array kind of thing, where you can have prop1 colon, and then you can have this descriptor here as descriptor number 1. Now you can add as many props as you want, prop 2 colon descriptor number 2 this time, and you can have as many as you like. For instance, if you want to have an example of that, then what you have to do is that you are going to have user here, and in the properties you can have, let's just say that the first property which you want to alter is John. So what you want to do with John is, it's not going to be something like that, but it is going to be an array where you have the value colon John, and now you want to make writable as false for John. Now you can also have, let's just say, two values here, which means that you have two users. So what you can do is that you can just close these parentheses here and just add a comma, have one parenthesis here again. And this time, let's just say that the value which you are talking about is Peter colon and Peter, and you can again have a colon and writable can be false for that. So you can have as many properties as you like. So property and properties are almost the same. The only difference is that the defined properties function allows you to deal with multiples, whereas the defined property is only going to help you deal with a single one. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered here. The final thing which we need to go on with is how to seal an object globally. Now, property descriptors work at the level of individual properties. There are also methods that limit access to the whole object. Now, the methods which we have are these. The first one, as you can see, is object.prevent extensions, and it forbids the addition of new properties to the object. The second function is object.seal that forbids adding or removing of properties, which means that sets the configurable to false for all existing properties. Then the object.freeze that forbids adding or removing or changing of properties, which means that it sets configurable to false and writable to false for all existing properties. And also there are tests for them as well. Now the tests which are listed right in front of you at the end, that is the is extensible that returns false if adding properties is forbidden, otherwise it is going to return true. Then the is sealed that returns true if adding or removing properties is forbidden and all existing properties have the configurable f4 as false. The last one is the is frozen that returns true if adding or removing or changing properties is forbidden and all current properties are configurable false and writable false. These methods are rarely used in practice, but just for the sake of knowledge, I thought I would discuss it with you. So that is it with the property flags and descriptors. As I told you that in the next part of this tutorial, we are going to talk about property getters and setters. So stay tuned for that tutorial. For this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial where we will study additional configurational option and we will see how to invisibly turn them into getter and setter functions. So bye bye till then. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and as I told you that in this tutorial we are going to be talking about getters and setters. Now there are two kind of object properties. The first kind is data properties. Now we already know how to work with them. All properties that we have been using until now were actually data properties. Now, the second type of property is something new. It's called an accessor property. Now, they are essentially functions that execute on getting and setting a value, but looks like regular properties to an external code. So, getters and setters are what we are going to discuss in this tutorial. Now, accessor properties are represented by getter and setter method. In an object literal, they are denoted by the get method and by the set method. So basically they look something like this. So if you have an object here, that is going to equal to something like get. Now this is what is basically used. So right here you can have the property name which you want to actually get, and inside that goes the code, that is the getter code, that is the code executed on getting object dot property name. The second method is the set method, which looks something like set. And after that, you have to write in the name of the property which you want to set. And you have to also write in the value to which you want to actually set this. Now, inside this basically goes the setter code, that is the code that is executed on setting object.property name to the value that is actually provided as the parameter here. Now the getter works when the object dot property name is read, whereas the setter work when it is actually assigned. For instance, if we have a user object with, let's just say, name and surname, so we will have user that, as I told you, is going to have a name that is going to be John, and it is also going to have surname. My bad, it should be right here. So it should be surname, which is going to be Smith. Now we want to add a full name property that should join the name and the surname, and it should give us the output as John Smith. Now, of course, we don't want to copy paste existing information. So what we can do here is that we can implement it as an accessor, and we can use the get method here. So what we are going to write in here is we are going to write in get, and we are going to name the property as full name, which means that we want to actually get the full name. So you have to specify a comma here to get rid of the error you have. And right here, you are going to simply write in return, and you have to write in a dollar sign. You have to write in this dot name, and you have to write in a dollar sign again, and you have to write in this dot surname. Now, if right down here you write in alert and you write in user dot full name, then actually if you see the output here, then that is exactly what you want. That is John Smith. Now from the outside, if you have a look at this code, an accessor property looks like a regular one. Now that's the idea of accessor properties. Actually, we don't call user dot full name as a function. We read it normally. The getter runs behind the scene. As of now, full name has only a getter. If we attempt to assign user.fullname equal to something else, then that is going to generate an error message for you. So for example, you want to, let's just say, alter user.fullname, and you want to, let's just say, make it equal to something like test, then that is going to get you an error because the property has only a getter. We have not specified a setter. So let's fix it by adding a setter for user.fullname. So we will just leave it over here, and right down here we are going to have set full name. We are going to specify a comma here to get rid of the error we have, and inside the setter function you are going to receive in the value, and right here you are going to have this dot name and this dot surname, and you are going to make it equal to value dot split, and you are going to split it with a space between the first name and the surname. Now right here, if you want to have user dot full name, and let's just say you want to have Alice Cooper here, and now if you want to have user dot name, and not simply like this, but inside the alert you want to have user dot name, and it is going to actually print out Alice for you. And if you want to alert the user dot surname, then it is actually going to give you Cooper. And if you want to alert user dot full name, so let's just see the output of these three. Refresh that. You can see that you have got Alice, you have got Cooper, and finally you have got Alice Cooper as the complete output. So as a result, we have a virtual property full name which is readable and which is writable as well. To make it readable, you have the get method, and to make it writable, you have the set method here. Then comes the second part of this tutorial where we are going to talk about accessor descriptors. Now, descriptors for accessor properties are different from those for data properties. Now, for accessor properties, there is no value or writable, but instead there are get and set function. Now, that is an accessor descriptor may have the get, it can have the set, it can have enumerable, and it can have configurable. Now, the get is a function without argument that works when a property is read, as you have seen in the example we have covered just now. Then the set is a function with one argument, that is the value that is called when the property is set, which you have also seen. Enumerable is the same as for data properties, and configurable is also the same as for data properties, which we have covered lately as well. So, for instance, to create an accessor full name with defined property, what we can do is that we can pass a descriptor with the get and with the set. So let's just say that we have this very same user, and for now, what we are going to do is that we will remove it from here, and we will have the user name and we will have the surname only. So we will also remove this for now from here. And right here, we are going to have object dot define a property, not properties. You know the difference between property and properties, which we have covered in previous tutorials. So you're going to write in the name of the object as the first parameter, and the second parameter is going to be the entity you are talking about, that is full name. And after that, you can have the data which you have previously, that was the get method and the set method. Now, since you have got this full name entity right over here, so that's why you don't have to specify it here. You only can go with get and you can go with set. All you have to do is you don't have to remove these brackets. You have to add these brackets over here, and the rest is going to remain the same. So right here, if you now simply write an alert user dot full name, then actually that is going to give you John Smith. And if you want to go for a foreign loop and you want to have let key in users and alert the keys, it is going to give you the two keys that are the name and the surname. So please note that a property can be either an accessor that has get or set methods, or it can be a data property that has a value, not both. If you try to supply both the get and the value in the same descriptor, then actually that is going to give you an error. For example, inside the define property, right here, if you have, let's just say, an empty array object over here, and right here you have properties, and inside that, inside the get method, let's just say that you want to simply write in return 1, and right down here you want to have a value as 2, then actually that is something that is not allowed. It is going to generate an error because it can either be accessor or a data property, not both. So I hope that you have understood that. Now, there is more to discuss about getters and setters, but we are going to do that in the next tutorial, where we are going to talk about smarter getters and setter, and we are going to see how they are used for compatibility. So for this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are discussing right now about property getters and setters. And in this tutorial, as I told you, that we are going to continue on with getters and setters and discuss smarter getters and setters. Now, getters or setters can be used as a wrapper for real properties values to gain more control over operations with them. For instance, if you want to forbid two short names for user, we can have a setter name and keep the value in a separate property underscore name. Now, to do that, let's just say that we have this user where we are going to have get name, and inside the function we are, sorry, not inside the function but inside the get property name, we are going to have return this dot underscore name. Now we are going to have a set name where we are going to have the value for sure, that is the part of the set method. We are going to write an if value dot length is less than 4. Then what I want you to do is that I want you to alert that the name is too short. So after that, you can just return, and right down here, I can just write in the set method that this dot underscore name is going to equal to name. Now right down here, we can have user dot name equal to Peter. So if you alert user dot name, it is actually going to give you Peter as the output. Whereas if you write in user dot name equal to an empty string. So if you now run it, it is going to print out that the value is too short. So the name is stored in the underscore name property, which we have used over here, and the access is done via the getter and setter using the if condition we have specified. So technically, external code is able to access the name directly by using user dot underscore name, but there is a widely known convention that properties starting with an underscore are internal and should not be touched from outside the object. So that's why we can call that getters and setters are smart in this case. The second topic which we are going to discuss in this tutorial is how you are going to use the getters and setters for compatibility. Now, one of the great uses of accessor is that they allow to take control over a regular data property at any moment by replacing it with a getter and setter and tweak its behavior. So just imagine that we started implementing user objects using data properties name and age. So let's just say that we have a function that is user that has the name and the age of a user, which is kind of a constructor function that has name equal to name, and this dot age is going to equal to age. Now outside the function, what you can do is that you can have let John equal to a new user, that is the name of the function as well. We are going to pass in John as the name and 25 as the age. So right down here, if you want to alert John.age, then it is actually going to give you 25 as the output, which you have passed as a parameter to that function. But sooner or later, things may change. Instead of age, we may decide to store the birthday because it's more precise and convenient. So in place of the age, you can have, let's just say, the birthday, which is going to change this as well. It is going to be the birthday, and this one over here is going to change to birthday as well. And right here, instead of this age we have passed in, we are going to pass in a new date that is going to be, let's just say, 1997 11 11, and that's it. So now when you have alert the John dot birthday, and now if you run your code, you can see that it says the day. So now what to do with the old code that still uses the age property? Now we can try to find all such places and fix them, but that is going to take time and can be hard to do if that code is used by many other people. And besides, age is a nice thing to have in user, right? So let's keep it. So basically, adding a getter for age is going to actually solve the problem. So in here, after the birthday, what you are going to do is that you are going to write an object dot define property this age, and right here we are going to have the get method for that. Now to have the exact age, we are going to have let today year is going to equal to new date, and it is going to get us the get full year. And now what we can do is return today year, and this is going to equal to this dot birthday dot get full year. So right down here, if John equal to new user and John new date, and now if you want to have John dot birthday, it is going to give you that birthday is available. And when you write an alert John dot age, save this page and refresh this, you can see that you have got the birthday. And if you click on this, you can see that you have got the age year as well, which means that this is the year which you were born. So now the old code works too, and we have got a nice additional property here. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered here, that how we are going to use the getters and setters for compatibility. So I hope that you have understood that, and that is going to be it for this tutorial as well. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course. And in this tutorial, we are going to start on with prototype inheritance. So the first topic which we are going to cover in this tutorial is going to be prototypal inheritance. Now in programming, we often want to take something and expand it. For instance, let's just say that we have a user object with its properties and methods. Now we want to make the admin and the guest as slightly modified variants of it. Now we would like to reuse what we have in user, not copy or re-implement its method, just build a new object on top of it. Now prototypal inheritance is a language features that is going to help you regarding that. So the first thing which we are going to see here is going to be what is a prototype, that which you can see on the left side, which is enclosed in two square brackets. So whenever I say bracketed prototype, I mean this thing which is right here on this left side. So in JavaScript, objects have a special hidden property, that is the bracketed prototype as named in the specification, that is either null or references another object. Now that object is called a prototype. So in the image, you can see that we have an object, we have a prototype in square brackets, then we have a prototype object. So when we read a property from an object and it's missing, JavaScript is automatically going to take it from the prototype. In programming, this is called as prototypal inheritance. And soon we are going to study many examples of such inheritance as well as cooler language features that are built upon that. Now, the property that is the bracketed prototype is internal and hidden, but there are many ways to set it. So, one of them is to use the special name proto with genders before and after proto. So let's just move back to the compiler, and right here we are going to see the practical example of how to use the special name proto. So let's just say that you have a variable named as animal here, and inside that you have got eats as true. Now this is a property of this animal. Now what you want to do here is that you want to have an animal that is going to be rabbit, that is going to equal to jumps equal to true. So you can see that you have an animal, then you have got an animal as a rabbit, which in which you have got jump equal to 2. Now if you write in rabbit dot dunder dunder proto, then dunder dunder, and you make it equal to animal, then what you are doing here is that you have actually rabbit dot bracketed prototype equal to animal. So now if we read a property from rabbit and it is missing, JavaScript is automatically going to take it from the animal of which a rabbit is now a prototype. So for instance, let's just say that right here you want to have alert and you want to write in rabbit dot jump. Then as you can clearly see that you have a jump inside rabbit, so that is quite obvious that it is going to return true. So if you refresh this page, you can see that it is going to say true. But if you write in here, write in eats, now you can see that eats is something that is not inside rabbit and you're accessing it using the rabbit object. So if you now save this and refresh this, you can see that it still says true. So what basically here is going on, that here in this line number 9, we when we alert tries to read the property rabbit dot eats right down here, then this line over here is going to set the animal to the prototype of rabbit before that, and you want to when you try to access and read the property rabbit dot eats, it's actually not in rabbit, so JavaScript follow the bracketed prototype reference and it finds it in the animal, which means that it follows the bottom up approach. So first it is going to look here, which means the bottom, and then it is going to move upward when it did not find it here. So whatever it is not going to find in rabbit, it is going to look that in the animal. So right here, if we move ahead, in here we can say that actually animal is the prototype of rabbit, or rabbit prototypically inherits from animal. So if animal has a lot of useful properties and methods, then they become automatically available in rabbit. Now such properties are called as inherited properties. Now let's just say that we have, let's just say, a method inside animals. So the question is that can it be called on rabbit? Let's just see this with the help of an example. So right here, let's just put a comma and let's just say that you have a walk function where you have to simply write in animals walk. Yes, they do. So right down here inside the rabbit function, rabbit variable, if you write in proto colon and you write an animal here, then this is actually another way of prototyping things. All you have to do is add a comma here to get rid of that error message popping up. And right here, just remove this from here. And we don't need an alert statement here because we already have in the walk function an alert statement. And what you have to do is you have to call in the walk function and see if it works or not. So if we refresh that, you can see that it says animal walks. So which means that walk is taken from the prototype. So if you have a look here inside this diagram, then you can see that the method is automatically taken from the prototype, something like this. You can see that you have the jumps rabbit, and inside the rabbit, since it is a bracketed prototype of this animal, so that's why it has access to this eats variable as well as this walk as a function. Now, a prototype chain can be longer as well. Let's just say that we want to have another object kind of thing here where you can just write in long ear, and you are going to make it equal to ear length. And let's just say that the ear length is 10. And right here we can have the proto, and we are going to make it equal to, not equal to, but a colon here, and we are going to make it equal to a rabbit. Now what's going on here is that this over here, sorry, this over here, that is the long ear, is basically a prototype of this, and this over here is a prototype of this parent element, that is animal. So which means that this long ear has now access to the properties of animals as well. So right here, if you now want to write in long ear dot walk and refresh this page, you can see that the long ear actually has access to whatever lies inside here. So if you look at the diagram of that, you can see that you have long ear, that is a bracketed prototype of this rabbit, which is in turn the prototype of this animal, which means that all these three are linked together. So now if we read something from long ear and it's missing, JavaScript will look for it in the rabbit and then in the animals. Now there are two limitations with that. First is that the references can go in circles. JavaScript will throw an error if we try to assign proto in a circle. The second limitation is that the value of proto can be either an object or null. Other types are going to get ignored. Also, it may be obvious, but still, there can only be one bracketed prototype. Now, an object may not inherit from two others. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered so far. In the next tutorial, we are going to talk more about prototypal inheritance and see some of the more features which are actually associated with prototypal inheritance. So for this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to continue on with prototypal inheritance in JavaScript. Now the first thing which we are going to discuss about prototypal inheritance in this tutorial is that writing does not use prototype. Now the prototype is only used for reading properties. Write or delete operations only work directly with the object. So what we are going to do is that we are going to see this with the help of an example. So let's just see that we have this eats true, whereas this function has got, let's just say, nothing. So this method won't be used by rabbit anymore because we have got nothing inside that. Now we will just remove this from here as well, and we will only have the bracketed prototype reference from rabbit to animal. Now write down here, as I told you, that writing and deletion is not allowed using prototype. So if you want to write in rabbit.walk now and you want to save this and you want to make it equal to something, you can clearly see that it says walk is white. Now you can actually not write using this rabbit to a function, but what you can do is that you can make a function here of your own which is going to get associated to rabbit.walk. So right here what you can do is that you can have alert and you can say that rabbit bounce. So now if you want to have rabbit dot walk, then it is going to actually give you this output, but you can actually not override this walk method which is right over here. So from now on, rabbit.walk calls find the method immediately in the object and execute it without using the prototype. So if you have a look here in this diagram, you can see that thing very clearly. You can see that you have this walk function which is inside this rabbit now, which means that it don't have to look up because it is right inside here. Accessor properties are an exception and assignment is handled by a setter function. So writing to such a properties is actually the same as calling the function. For that reason, for example, if you have something like this, for example, if you just remove it from here, and let's just say that you have a user that has a name which is John, and we have the surname as well, which is, let's just say, John Smith. And inside that, you have, let's just say, a function that is named as set full name of value. And inside that function, you have this dot name, this dot surname, and we will just enclose these inside square brackets so that we can make it a split pair. So we will just have value dot split using some space between the name and the surname. Now after that, what you can have is that you can have a get function for this, for whatever you have set actually, that is using the get full name function, where you are going to simply write in return, and you are going to have the double ticks, and you are going to have this dot name, and you are going to have this dot surname. Now right down here, if you have an admin, that is equal to something like proto, and it actually prototypes the user here, and we make is admin as true. Then right here you can actually get access to the admin dot full name is going to work correctly in that case. So if you want to have alert admin dot full name, then it is actually going to give you John Smith. So let's just say that we refresh this page to see that I'm right. You can see that you have gone John Smith. Now, if you want to have something like admin dot full name and you want to make it equal to Alice Cooper, let's just say, and then if you want to have an alert statement where you want to have admin dot full name, then the question is that is it going to get modified or not? So if you refresh that, it is going to say John Smith, and then it is going to say Alice Cooper. Now, the thing is that right here in this line, that is line number 19, the property admin dot full name has a getter in the prototype user. So it is called, and then in the in this line over here, that is where we set the name to Alice dot Cooper. The property has a setter in the prototype, so that's why it is going to get called. But if you don't use the get or set functions, then you would not be able to do what you have done right over here. So if you want to make changes to a prototype and you want to do that using the child class or child object, then what you have to do is that you have to use the get and set functions. Otherwise, you won't be able to write or delete using the prototype thing. So I hope that you have understood how to make changes to things where you want to do that. So for that, you have to use the get and set function. Then comes the second part of this tutorial, that is the value of this. Now, an interesting question may arise in the example we have just covered. That is, what is the value of this inside the set full name value? Where are the properties this dot name and this dot surname written into user or the admin? The answer is simple. The this keyword is not affected by prototypes at all. No matter where the method is found, in an object or its prototype. In a method call, this keyword is always the object before the dot. So the setter call admin.fullname equal uses admin as this, not the user. That is actually a super important thing because we may have a big object with many methods and have objects that inherits from it. And when the inheriting objects run the inherited methods, they will modify only their own states, not the state of the big object. For instance, the animal in the previous example represents a method storage and rabbits make use of it. So if we get back to the previous example where we have the animal and we have the rabbit function, so if we make certain changes to it, let's just say that we don't need this eat for now because we know that animals do eat. So we are going to have this not of this dot is sleeping. We are going to alert I walk. Now what we are going to do is that right inside here we are going to have a function that is going to be named as sleep, and inside the sleep function we are going to have this dot is sleeping and we are going to make it equal to true. And inside the rabbit what we are going to do is that we are going to name the rabbit as a white rabbit, and we are going to have your prototype for animal. Just place a comma here to resolve the problem. Now if you write here, just remove this from here, and now if you want to access rabbit dot sleep, then it is going to actually modify a rabbit dot is sleeping. So if you just save this page and refresh that, all right, it's some kind of issue with it. Yes, because inside that we have actually not have anything because we have not actually accessed the walk method. So right here, if you want to have rabbit dot walk afterwards, save this and refresh this, and you can see that it says nothing, which means that this dot is sleeping is now false. So I hope that you have understood what we have. But if you write here tries to have an alert statement where you have rabbit dot is sleeping, save this, it is going to actually return true. Whereas if you have alert animal dot is sleeping, then actually it is going to give you undefined. And the reason is that no such property is in the prototype. So if you have a look at the image, which you are going to get is going to be something like that. You can see that inside the rabbit is sleeping is going to be true, but you can see inside the animal function that you don't have anything like is sleeping. So if we had other projects like birds, snakes, inheriting from animal, they would also gain access to methods of animal, but the this keyword in each method call would be the corresponding object that is going to be evaluated at the call time, not animal. So when we write data into the this keyword, it is stored into these objects. As a result, methods are shared, but the object state is not shared. So finally, the last thing which we are going to study is how for in loop works. The for in loop iterates over inherited properties too. So if we just go back here and let's just say that inside the animal, we will just keep it simple and we are going to have eats as true, and inside the rabbit, we are going to have jumps and we are going to make it equal to true. Now if you write down here want to alert, let's just say object dot keys of rabbit, then actually it is going to give you the only key it has, that is going to be jumps. Now if you have a for loop where you write in let properties in rabbit, And what you want to do with them is that you want to alert the properties. Then what it is going to do is that it is going to loop over all the properties, and what it is going to get you is all the properties rabbit has. Now since rabbit has this, but since it is a prototype of animal, so that's why it is only also going to get you this eat right here. So if that's not what we want and we would like to exclude inherited properties, then there is a built-in method that is known as object.hasOwnProperty, and in the parameters you have to provide the key, and it is going to return true if the object has its own not inherited property named key. So we can filter out inherited properties or do something else with them as well. So inside the for loop here, what you can do is that you can have let is on, which means that you want only want to have the properties which the rabbit has on its own. So we will have rabbit dot has own property, and you're going to pass in prop, and you are going to then check if is on. Then you are going to alert r, and you are going to have the props. So it is going to then give you only jump, and in the else you can have something like alert, and you can have inherited, and here you can have the properties that are inherited, in that case that are from the parent class actually. So what that is going to do is that it is going to check for its own properties, and it is going to give you the properties of its own, not out but on. So let's just save this, and what you have to do is that we have to remove this from here as well. Save this now and refresh this. You can see that it is only going to give you jump, own jumps, and inherited is going to eats, which means that it is going to give you what you actually wanted. The first one was from this, so just remove this from here and it is going to give you the exact output you were looking for, which means that the own properties of rabbit was only jump and the inherited property was eat. So here we have the inheritance chain, which look something like this, where you can see that rabbit actually inherits from animal, that inherits from object dot prototype, because animal is a literal object, so it's by default, and then null at the very top. Now, you can note a very funny thing here. Where is the method rabbit.hasOwnProperty coming from? Now, we did not define it. Looking at the chain, we can see that the method is provided by object.prototype.hasOwnProperty. In other words, it is actually an inherited function. But why does the hasOwnProperty function not appear in the foreign loop like eats and jumps do if the foreign list inherited properties? The answer is simple. It is not enumerable. Just like all other properties of object.prototype, it has enumerable as false flag, and the foreign only list enumerable properties. That's why it and the rest of the object.prototype properties are not listed. Now, almost all other key value getting methods such as object.keys, object.values, and so on ignore inherited properties. They only operate on the object itself. Properties from the prototype are not taken into account. So that is all with prototypal inheritance. I hope that you have understood what we have covered in these two tutorials. So that is it with this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to talk about what is f.prototype, and you are going to see what that is in the next tutorial. So for this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to talk about f.prototype. Now, if you remember, new objects can be created with a constructor function like new, and then you can write in f as a function. Now, if dot prototype is an object, then the new operator uses it to set the bracketed prototype for the new object. Now, please note that JavaScript had prototypal inheritance from the beginning. It was one of the core features of the language, but in the old times, there was no direct access to it. The only thing that worked reliably was a prototype property of the constructor function described in this tutorial. So there are many scripts that still uses that. Please note that f.prototype here means a regular property named prototype on a function f. It sounds something similar to the term prototype, but here we really mean a regular property with this name. So if you move here and you have this animal eats true, so right down here, if you let's just say have a function that is named as rabbit, and inside that you have got name, and what you are going to simply do is that you are going to use it as kind of a constructor function where you are going to have this dot name equal to a name. Now if you write in a rabbit dot prototype and make it equal to animal, then that is going to actually do what you want to do here. So if you have rabbit equal to new rabbit, and right here you can use it as a constructor function, so just pass in the name that is going to be white rabbit in that case. So now it this thing over here is actually similar to writing rabbit dot proto and make it equal to animal. So now if you alert down here rabbit.eats, then I assure you that it is going to actually print this true for you. So setting rabbit.prototype equal to animal literally states the following. When a new rabbit is created, assign its bracketed prototype to animal. So if you see this with the help of the diagram, you can see that on this image, prototype is a horizontal arrow meaning a regular property, and bracketed prototype is a vertical arrow meaning the inheritance of rabbit from animal. So I hope that you have understood the difference between this prototype and this bracketed prototype. Now f.prototype only used at new f time. F.prototype property is only used when new f is called. It assigns the bracketed prototype of the new object. If after the creation f.prototype property changes, which means that f.prototype equal to another object, then new objects created by the new f will have another object as bracketed prototype, but already existing objects keep the old one. Then comes the default f.prototype, which means constructor property. Now, every function has the prototype property even if we don't supply it. The default prototype is an object with the only property constructor that points back to the function itself. So, what I'm saying is that it looks something like a function rabbit, and inside that, what you can have is you can have default prototype, which means rabbit.prototype equal to constructor or rabbit. So to check that, you can see that we have a diagram for that as well, where you can see that the constructor is referring to prototype and prototype is referring to the constructor. So if you want to check it, what you can do is that inside the function here, what you can do is that you can alert, sorry, not here, but after the function here, you can have alert and you can have rabbit, capital rabbit, which means that we are referring to the function dot prototype dot constructor equal to rabbit, and this statement over here is going to actually gets you true. Normally, if we do nothing, the constructor property is available to all rabbits through the bracketed prototype. So outside here, if you just remove all this stuff from here, and let's just say that you have let rabbit equal to new rabbit. Now it inherits from the constructor of the rabbit function. So if you now write in rabbit dot constructor and make it equal to the function rabbit, and it is also going to give you true from the prototype. So if you look at the diagram for that, you can see that you can still get it from the rabbit prototype here towards the constructor rabbit function. So we can use constructor property to create a new object using the same constructor as the existing one. So to see this with an example, let's just move back here. And inside the function rabbit, what you're going to have is your name back, and this dot name is going to equal to name, not dash, but an equal to sign here. And you can have alert name here. So right down here, what you're going to do is that you are going to pass in white rabbit, and what you can have is let rabbit2 is going to equal to new rabbit dot constructor, and inside that what you can have is a black rabbit. So if we save this and run this, you can see that you have a white rabbit as well as you have a black rabbit. Now that's handy when we have an object we don't know which constructor was used for it. For example, it comes from a third party library and we need to create another one of the same kind. But probably the most important thing about constructor is that JavaScript itself does not ensure the right constructor value. Yes, it exists in the default prototype for function, but that's all. What happens with it later is totally on you. In particular, if we replace the default prototype as a whole, then there will be no constructor in it. For instance, inside this function rabbit, if you have, let's just say that you have something like rabbit dot prototype and you make it equal to jumps true, and then you have let rabbit equal to new rabbit. We don't need this name now. Remove it from here as well. And we will have an alert statement here. Now inside the alert, we are going to have rabbit dot constructor. So we will just copy that, paste it, and we are going to check for the triple equality of rabbit. Now this statement over here is actually going to get you false. So to keep the right constructor, we can choose to add or remove properties to the default property instead of writing it as a whole, where basically outside this function we can have rabbit dot prototype dot jumps, and you are going to make it equal to true. And this is basically the default rabbit dot prototype dot constructor, which is actually now preserved. On alternative, recreate the constructor property manually, where you can have jumps dot true, and inside that you can have the constructor, and you can actually make it equal to the rabbit function, and that is also going to do your job. So in this tutorial, we briefly described the way of setting a bracketed prototype for objects that are created via a constructor function. Now later we are going to see more advanced programming patterns that rely on it. Everything is quite simple, just a few notes to make things clear. The first thing was that what we have is that f dot prototype property. Don't mistake it for the bracketed prototype. It actually sets the bracketed prototype of new objects when the new f is called. The value of f dot prototype should be either an object or null. Other values won't work. And the third thing is that the prototype property only has a special effect when set on a constructor function and invoked with new. By default, all functions have f dot prototype equal to constructor f, so we can get the constructor of an object by accessing its constructor property. So we are going to add some tasks at the end of this tutorial so that you can get a good idea of what you have learned and whether you have learned it or not. So thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to talk about native prototypes. The prototype property, which you have learned in the previous tutorial, is basically widely used by the core of JavaScript itself. All built-in constructor functions basically used it. So first we are going to look at the details, and then how to use it for adding new capabilities to built-in objects is what we are going to do in this tutorial. So the first thing we are going to talk about in this tutorial is going to be object.prototype. So let's say that we have output an empty object. Now to do that, let's just say that we have an object which is actually empty, and what you have simply do is that you have alerted that object. Now it is obvious and you know it that the answer is going to be something like object and object. You can run it to see that I am telling you the truth. Now the question is that where is the code that generates the string object? Now that's a built-in toString method, but where is it? The object is actually empty. But the short notation object equal to an empty object is the same as object equal to new object, where object is a built-in object constructor function with its own prototype referencing a huge object with toString and other methods. So if you look at the diagram here, then it is exactly what is going on. When new object is called or a literal object is created, the bracketed prototype of it is set to object dot prototype according to the rule that we discussed in the previous tutorial. So as you can see here, so then when the object dot toString is called, it is actually taken from object dot prototype. Now we can also check it. Now to check that, we are going to move back towards our compiler here, and let's just say that we have this object here, and we will have an alert statement where you are going to write an object dot proto, and we are going to check it with an equality operator, not a double but a triple equality, and we are going to check it for reference that whether object dot prototype has the same reference or not. Then this is actually going to give you true, not dot dot true, but true like this. Now if you have object dot and you have the two string here, and you make it equal to the object dot proto dot toString, then actually this over here is also going to give you true. Whereas if you have to alert object dot string, we will just copy this from here, And right here, instead of proto, if you write in here prototype, then this statement is also going to get you true. So let's just see all of these three. You can see true, you can see true, and you can see true. So you can see that all of those gave you true. So please note that there is no more bracketed prototypes in the chain above object.prototype. So if you actually want to alert object.prototype.proto, it is actually going to give you null. The second thing which we are going to cover in this tutorial is about other built-in prototypes. Now, we have other built-in objects such as arrays, we have dates, we have functions, and others also keep methods in prototype. For instance, when we create an array 1, 2, 3, the default new array constructor is used internally. So array.prototype becomes its prototype and provides method that's very memory efficient. By specification, all of the built-in prototypes have object.prototype on the top. That's why some people say that everything inherits from objects. So to see an overall picture of that, you can see that we have that here. So you can see that you have array.prototype, you have this function.prototype, you have this number.prototype. Now this looks exactly like this, but this time it has three bracketed prototypes that are referencing to object.prototype, which means that it has the toString function and other object methods. Now that is the reason that array.prototype methods are actually very memory efficient. So you can see that you have this 1, 2, 3 array that is referring to a bracketed prototype to array.prototype. That is again a reference to object.prototype that finally points to null. And same goes for functions and number prototypes. So if you want to check the prototypes manually, what you can do is that you can create an array of yourself where you can have let array equal to, and you can have 1, 2, 3, not 1.2 but 1, 2, 3. Now if you have array dot proto and you want to check it equal to array dot prototype instead of object, so right here if you output this, it is actually going to return true. It inherits from array dot prototype. Then if you have array dot, and this time it is not going to be object, because if you run it, it is going to give you an error because we have not any obj over here, but we have this array. So array.proto is triple equal to array.prototype. This is going to actually return true. So it inherits from array properties. We got that from the first statement. Then what if it is from the object.prototype? So for that, we will have array dot, right here we will have array dot proto dot proto. So if you have this and you make it equal to the object dot prototype, then this statement is also going to get you true. And as I told you, null is going to be at the top. So if you have array dot, right here, if you have arr dot proto dot proto dot proto, then this is going to actually give you null. And the reason behind that is that you can see clearly that the final approach, which is array.proto.proto.proto, which means that this is the first one, which is the array. So its proto is this slice function and other array methods. Its proto is this toString function and other many methods. And its prototype, as you can see, this bracketed prototype here, is actually pointing to null. So that's why array.proto.proto.proto is actually going to be null. Whereas array.proto.proto equals to the object prototype, which you can see in the diagram as well. Array.proto.proto is actually the object.prototype. So that's why it is referencing the same thing, so that's why it is going to be true. Whereas for the first one, array.proto is equal to the array.prototype, which you can see in the diagram. Array.prototype is actually the array.prototype. So that's why it is also going to give you true. Now there is that some methods in prototype may overlap. For instance, if you have array.prototype, which has its own toString that lists comma delimited elements. So for example, if you have array equal to 1, 2, 3, and you simply write in alert arr, save this and refresh this page, you can see that it says 1, 2, 3, true, true, and null, which was the previous output of these three statements. So you can see that 1, 2, 3 was the output, that is the result of array.prototype.toString. As we have seen before, object.prototype has the toString method as well, but array.prototype is closer in the chain, so the array variant is actually used. So if you have a look here in this diagram, then you can see that you have this array, and then right here in the array.prototype you have the toString function, whereas in the object.prototype you also have the toString function. But as I told you before, that the approach which is actually used by prototyping is the bottom up approach, which means that first it is going to look in the array.prototype. So that's why it is going to use this method and not this one in the object.prototype. Now in browser tools like Chrome Developer Console, it also show inheritance. Console.dir may need to be used for built-in objects. So if you have a look here, you can see that you have console.dir123. You have this array of 3, 0, 1, 2, length is 3. In the proto, you have array.prototype function concat, native code, unshift function. And in the proto object prototype, you have the constructor, you have the has on property and is on property. That is again the native code. So other built-in method also works the same way. Even functions, they are objects of a built-in function constructors, and their method call or apply and others are taken from function.prototype. Functions have their own toString method too. Then if you talk about primitives, the most intricate things happens with strings, numbers, and booleans. As we remember, they are not objects, but if we try to access their properties, temporary wrapper objects are created using built-in constructors, string, number, and boolean respectively. They provide the methods and disappear. These objects are created invisibly to us, and most engines optimize them out, but the specification describes it exactly this way. Methods of these objects also resides in prototypes available as string.prototype, number.prototype, and a boolean.prototype. So the next thing which we are going to see is how to change native prototypes. Now native prototypes can be modified. For instance, if you add a method to the string.prototype, it is going to get available to all string. For example, if you just write in string.prototype.show, and in the functions you just want to have alert this, and then if you have a boom.show, then it is going to actually print boom. Now during the process of development, we may have ideas for new built-in methods we would like to have, and we may be tempted to add them to native prototype, but that is generally a bad idea. Now, it is important here to note that prototypes are global, so it's easy to get a conflict. If two libraries add a method string.prototype.show, then one of them will be overwriting the method of the other. So generally, modifying a native prototype is a very bad idea. So we just recommend that you do not go boom, because it is going to actually get boom on you. Now, in modern programming languages, there is only one case where modifying native prototypes is approved, and that is polyfilling. Now, polyfilling is a term for making a substitute for a method that exists in the JavaScript specification but is not yet supported by a particular JavaScript engines. We may then implement it manually and populate the built-in prototype with it. The final thing which we are going to cover is how to borrow from prototypes. Now, in the tutorial where we talk about decorators and forwarding and we check the call or apply method, we talked about method borrowing, if you remember. Now that's when we actually take a method from one object and copy it into the other. Now some methods of native prototypes are often borrowed as well. For instance, if we are making an array-like object, we may want to copy some array methods to it as well. For example, if we have this, let's just say that we have this object here that is actually equal to, at the 0, let's just say that we have hello, and at 1 we have colon here, and at 1 we just say that we have world, and finally the length is going to be 2. So if you write here, write an object dot join and make it equal to array dot prototype dot join, and you want to have alert object dot join, and you want to join them with a comma, then actually it is going to work, and the output which you are going to get is going to be hello and comma world. So if you just remove this from here, save this page and refresh this, you can see that you have got hello, a comma, and a world. Now it works because the internal algorithm of the built-in join method only cares about the correct indexes and the length property. It does not check if the object is indeed an array. Many built-in methods are like that. Another possibility is to inherit by setting object.proto to array.prototype, so all array methods are automatically available in the object. But that's impossible if the obj already inherits from another object. Remember, we only can inherit from one object at a time. So borrowing method is flexible. It allows to mix functionalities from different objects if needed. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered in this tutorial about native prototypes. All built-in objects follow the same pattern. The methods are stored in the prototype array.prototype, object.prototype, and data.prototype. The object itself stores only the data. Primitives also store methods in prototype of wrapper objects, and built-in prototypes can be modified or populated with new method, but it's not recommended to change them. The only allowable case is probably when we add in a new standard, but it's not yet supported by a JavaScript engine. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered about native prototypes in this tutorial. That is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to talk about prototype methods and objects without proto. Now in the first tutorial where we talked about prototypal inheritance, we mentioned that there are many modern methods to set up a prototype. Setting or reading the prototype with object.proto is considered outdated and somewhat deprecated. Now, the modern methods to get or set a prototype are listed right in front of you. The first one is object.getPrototype of. It returns the bracketed prototype of object. And then we have object.setPrototype that sets the prototype of object to proto. It actually set it to proto, which is actually the second parameter here as well. That is like this. Now, the only usage of proto that's not frowned upon is a property when creating a new object, proto. Now, although there are special method for this too, which is listed in line number 4, that is object.create, two parameters proto and the descriptor that creates an empty object with the given proto as bracketed prototype and optional property descriptors. For instance, if you have your animal object back, and inside that you are going to have eats as true. Now if you want to create a new object with animal as the prototype, you are going to have let rabbit equal to, and you're going to have object dot create. And inside the parameter, you are going to write an animal for which you want to set the prototype. Now, it is the same as writing proto colon animal. So if you write an alert rabbit dot eats, it is going to actually print true. Whereas if you have the get and set methods here, where you can have alert and you can have object dot get prototype of, and you want to get the prototype of rabbit and check it with animal, then it is actually going to return true because you are getting the prototype of rabbit where which you have actually created with this animal. So this is actually referencing at the same location. That's why this over here is going to return true. Whereas if you write in object dot set prototype of, and in the parameters you write in rabbit, that is the first parameter where you write in the object, and the second parameter is what you want to set it to. So let's just say that you want to set it to something this, that change the prototype of rabbit to an empty string. Now the object.create method is a bit more powerful, as it has its own optional second argument, that is the property descriptors. We can provide additional properties to the new objects there. So let's just say that inside here, we'll just remove this get and set methods, and inside that we are going to specify the second parameter, that is the optional descriptor. So let's just say that we want to add properties like jumps. So we want to check if rabbit jumps or not. Now the value for that is going to be true surely, because rabbits do jump. And right here, if you now want to have alert and you write in a rabbit dot jumps, then it is actually going to print true for you. Now the descriptors are in the same format as described in the tutorial where we talked about property flags and descriptors. We can use the object.create to perform an object cloning, more powerful than copying properties in the foreign loop. So if you have something like this, where you have let clone equal to object dot create, and in the parameters you write in object, and you have object dot get own property descriptor. We'll just have property descriptor, and write in obj here, then this call is going to make a truly exact copy of the obj, including all properties. That includes the enumerable and non-enumerable data properties and getters and setters, everything, and with the right bracketed prototype. So if you talk about a brief history here, now there is so many ways to manage the bracketed prototype. How did that happen and why? Now that's for historical reasons. The prototypal inheritance was in the language since its dawn, but the ways to manage it evolved over time. Now, there are four things about that. First thing is that the prototype property of a construction for the constructor function has worked since very ancient time. It's the oldest way to create objects with a given prototype. Later in 2012, the object.create appeared in the standard. It gave the ability to create objects with a given prototype, but did not provide the ability to use the getter and setter, which means to use the get or set. Now, some browsers implemented the non standard proto accessor that allowed the user to get or set a prototype at any time to give more flexibility to developers. Now, later in 2015, object.setPrototypeOf and object.getPrototypeOf were added to the standard to perform the same functionality as Proto. Now, as Proto was de facto implemented everywhere, it was kind of deprecated and made its way to the Annex B of the standard, that is, optional for non browser environments. Later in 2022, it was officially allowed to use proto in object literals, moved out of Annex B, but not as a getter or setter object.prototype, still in Annex B. Now, why was proto replaced by the functions get prototype of and set prototype of? And why was proto partially rehabilitated and its usage allowed in the object literals but not as a getter or setter? Now, that is an interesting question requiring us to understand why proto is bad. As soon and soon we are going to get the answer for that. Now, firstly, we are going to talk about very plain objects. As we know that objects can be used as associative arrays to store key or value pairs. But if we try to store user provided keys in it, we can see an interesting glitch. All keys work fine except proto. So let's just see this with the help of an example. So let's just remove this from here and let's just say that we have an object that is equal to empty. So let's just say that we have a key that is going to equal to prompt, and inside that we are going to have what's the key, and right here we are going to have proto. So right here if you have object key that is equal to some value, now if you want to alert object key, then it is going to give you object not some value. So that is the first reason. Now here if the user types in proto, the assignment here in the object key equal to some value in line number 4 is going to get ignored. Now that could surely be surprising for a non-developer but pretty understanding for you guys. The proto property is special. It must be either an object or null. A string cannot become a prototype. That's why an assignment to a string to proto is ignored. But we didn't intend to implement such behaviors, right? We want to store key value pairs and the key named proto was not properly saved. Now that's a bug. Here's the consequences are not terrible, but in other cases, we may be storing objects instead of strings in object and then the prototype will indeed be changed. As a result, the execution will go wrong in totally unexpected ways. Now, what's worse is that usually developers do not think about such possibilities at all. That makes such bugs hard to notice and even turn them into vulnerabilities, especially when JavaScript is used on server side. Unexpected things also happens when assigning to the object.toString as it's a built-in object method. Now, how can we avoid this problem? The answer is that first we can just switch to using map for storage instead of plain object. Then everything is going to be fine. So instead of this, we can have map equal to new map and the right here we are going to have the key equal to this and we are going to use the map dot set function. And in the map.set function, we are going to have key and not in parameters, or not in quotation marks, but like this. We will just remove this bracket from here and add it at the end because for the set method, the second parameter is going to be this. And we don't want this now. We want to have map.get key, and now this is going to give us this as an output, that is some value as intended, but object syntax is often more appealing as it's more concise. Fortunately, we can use object because language creators gave thought to that problem long ago. As we know, proto is not a property of an object but an accessor of object dot prototype, which you can see here in this diagram right here as well. So if object.proto is read or set, the corresponding getter or setter is called from its prototype, and it gets or set the bracketed prototype. Now, as it was said in the beginning of this section, that proto is a way to access bracketed prototype. It is not bracketed prototype itself. Now, if we intend to use an object as an associative array and be free of such problems, we can do a little trick. Now, the trick is going to be, we will just move back to where we were. So right here, we are going to use object dot create, and we can just pass in null here. Now the rest is going to remain the same, and now this over here, which previously gave us nothing, this time it is going to give us this as an output right here, which means that object.createNull created an empty object with a prototype, and in the bracketed prototype it is going to be null. As you can see in this diagram, you can see that the object bracketed prototype is actually pointing towards null, so there is no inherited getter or setter for proto. Now it is processed as a regular data property, so the example which we have covered works right. We can call such objects very plain or pure dictionary objects because they are even simpler than the regular plain object. Now a downside is that such objects lack any built-in object methods like toString. So if you have object.create null, and down, if you want to alert the object right here, so right here, if you simply want to alert the object which you have created using object.create, it is actually going to give you error no toString. But that's usually fine for associative arrays. Note that most object related methods are object.something like object.keys. They are not in the prototype, so they will keep working on such objects. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered. The first thing is that to create an object with a given prototype, you have to use the literal syntax that allow to specify multiple properties, or you can use the object.prototypes that allow you to specify property descriptors as the second parameter of object.create method. Then we talked about modern methods to get or set the prototypes, which are the get prototype of and set prototype of. Then we talk about getting or setting the prototype using the built-in proto, where getter or setter is not recommended. It's now in the Annex B of the specification. You can go on and see it there. We also covered prototype less objects that were created with objects.create null. These objects are used as dictionaries to store any keys. Normally, object inherit built-in methods and proto, getter or setter from object.prototype, making corresponding keys occupied and potentially causing side effects. With null prototype, objects are truly empty. So that's what we have covered in this tutorial, and that is it with prototype section as well. So thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to talk about the eval function. So it is basically going to help us to run a code string. Now the built-in eval function allow us to execute a string of code. Now the syntax for that is as simple as this, where we have result equal to eval, and inside the parameters you have to write in the code. Now for example, let's just say that right at the top here we have the code as equal to alert, and in the brackets we have hello. Now you can see that you have actually coded the alert here in the single quotes overall, and then you have inside that alert hello. Now what eval is going to do is that if you just remove this from here, save this page and refresh your browser, you can see that it is going to say hello, which means that a string of code has been evaluated here in this code, which we have specified as a parameter of this, which means that it has been evaluated and it now knows that this is actually an alert statement and not a string which it has to print as it is, but this is what it has to print as it is after evaluation of code. Now this is what eval help us with, that allow us to execute a string of code. Now, a string of code may be long, it may contain line breaks, it may contain function declaration, it may contain variables, and a lot of things. Now, the result of the eval is the result of the last statement. For example, if we have here the code as something like this, where we have, let's just say, the eval function, and right inside that, we just write in 1 plus 1, and right here, we just alert our code. And if you just save this page and refresh this, you're going to see that it is going to get you true as the result, which is a string right here, as you can see. But since eval is being used, so that's why it is going to actually get you the result. Now you can also have a statement like something like this, where you can have let I equal to 0, and after that you can have plus plus I. Now if you this time write alert code here and refresh your browser, it is going to also say 1, which means that the initial value here was 0, but it has actually executed this plus plus I, and the alert code after applying eval on it is going to actually return 1. So the eval code is executed in the current lexical environment, so it can also see outer variables as well. So let's just say that we have a variable a that is equal to 1, and then you have a function f, and inside that function f, what you have is that you have actually used this variable a equal to 2 again. So now if you write in eval, and in here you write in alert a, then actually this is here going to print u2 if you run this function. So if you save this and refresh this, you can see that it is going to print u2 as the output. Now you can also change outer variables as well. For example, let's just say that right here this a is 5, and right down here you call in eval, and inside that you just write an x equal to 10, which means that now the value of x has been updated inside the eval. So if you now try to alert x, it is actually going to give you 10 as the output, which means that you can also change outer variables. Now in the strict mode, eval has its own lexical environment, so functions and variables that are declared inside eval are not visible outside. So for example, you can see that if you just remove this from here, and right here it has to be x, not s, and if you even now run this code, it is going to be 10 now. So right here, let's just say that we don't have this declaration over here, and let's just say that you have actually initialized this x inside this eval here. So right down here, if you now try and have alert type of, and in here, if you want to know the type of x, then it is actually going to not XML document, but the variable x. So now if you run this code, let's just run this and see the output. You can see that it says undefined because no such variable exists here, because whatever you have initialized inside the eval is actually not visible outside, because as I told you that eval has its own lexical environment. So functions and variables declared inside eval are not visible outside. Now, in modern programming, eval is used very sparingly. It's often said that eval is evil. Now, the reason is simple. Long time ago, JavaScript was a much weaker language. Many things could only be done with the eval. But that passed a decade ago. Right now, there is almost no reason to use eval. If someone is using it, there is a good chance they can replace it with modern language construct or a JavaScript module. Please note that its ability to access outer variable has its own side effects. Code minifiers, that are the tools that used before JavaScript gets to production to compress it, rename local variables into shorter ones like AB to make the code smaller. Now that's usually safe, but not if eval is used, as local variables may be accessed from eval code string. So minifiers don't do that renaming for all variables potentially visible from eval. Now that negatively affects the code compression ratio. Now using outer local variables inside eval is also considered a bad programming practice as it's make maintaining the code very difficult. Now there are two ways how to be totally safe from such problems. The first one is that if the eval code does not use outer variables, then please call eval as window.eval. What I'm saying is that let's just say that you have let x equal to 1, and inside this block here, you have x equal to 5. And right here, you can have window dot eval. And inside that, you can actually write in alert. And inside that, you can just write in x. And it is actually going to print you 1 and not 5. And the reason is that, as I told you, that if eval code does not use outer variables, then if you use the window.eval, then it is actually going to do that. So the second way is that if the eval code needs local variables, then you have to change the eval to new function and pass them as arguments. Like what I'm saying is that let's just say that you have a f that is equal to new function, and inside that you have a, and right here you can write an alert a. So now if you write in f5, then it is actually going to give you that 5 because the eval code now needs local variables. So changing eval to new function and passing them as argument is going to do your job. Now the new function construct is explained later where we are going to discuss that. Now it creates a function from a string also in the global scope, so it can see local variable, but it's so much clearer to pass them explicitly as argument like in this example right here. So you don't have to worry about the use of new function. We are going to discuss that later in very detail. So what we have covered in this tutorial is that a call to eval code runs the string of code and returns the result of the last statement. So we basically talked about four things. First, that rarely used in modern JavaScript is the eval, as there is actually no need now. The second thing is that it can access outer local variable, and that is considered a bad practice. The third was that instead to eval, the code in the global scopes use the window.eval. And the final thing which we study was that if your code needs some data from the outer scope, you can use the new function and pass it as argument, and that is going to do your job. So that was all about eval. And as I told you, it is not used nowadays, but that was just for information purposes so that you know that what is eval if it just occur in front of you. For example, you are reading a very old code, and if eval comes in front of you, I don't want you to get surprised, but now you know what is it and what is its purpose and why it is not being used anymore. So I hope that you have understood that. So thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to talk about a new concept that is known as currying. Now, currying is an advanced technique of working with functions. It is used not only in JavaScript, but it is also used in other languages. Now, currying is basically a transformation of functions that translate a function from callables. Like, let's just say that you have not false, but a function kind of f where you have a, b, and c. Now, what currying is going to do is that it is going to transform your function and translate a function from callable into something like this, where you can have fa and b and c. So that is what actually currying is going to do for you. Now, currying actually does not call a function, it actually just transforms the function. So let's see an example first to better understand what we are talking about it, and then we are going to talk about practical applications. So we will create a helper function known as curryf that performs currying for a two argument f. In other words, curryf for two arguments f a comma b translate it into a function that run as fab. What I'm saying is that we are going to have something like this. So let's just see this with the help of an example. So let's just have a function known name as curry, and inside that we are going to have this f. Now curry f does the currying transform actually. So right inside this function we are going to have return function a, and inside that we are going to have return function b. So for now we are going to just stay with two arguments and we are going to return f, a, and b. So for the usage of this function right down here, we are going to have function sum, and we are going to have two parameters passed into this function a and b. Sorry, not passed in, but received in this function, and we are going to actually return the sum of these two numbers. So right down here, we are going to have a variable that is going to be named as curry sum, and that is going to equal to curry sum. And right here, if you now want to have alert curry sum, and you pass in 1 and you pass in 2 to that, and you just refresh this page and see what happens, you can see that you have actually got 3 here as the output. So as you can see that the implementation is quite straightforward. It is just two wrappers here. The result of the curry func is a wrapper function a. When it is called the curry sum 1, the argument is saved in the lexical environment and a new wrapper is returned, that is the function b. Then this wrapper is called with 2 as an argument and it passes the call to the original function sum, where it is going to actually return a plus b for you and actually alert it on your browser. Now, more advanced implementation of currying, such as the underscore dot curry from Lodash library, return a wrapper that allows a function to be called both normally and partially. So, for example, if you have something like this, where you are going to have underscore and dot curry sum, and now you want to alert someone too, then this is actually going to return 3, which is still callable normally. And if you again try to call this, but this time you want to call it with a combined one, which means that curried, and you want to have 1 comma 2, not 1 and 2, it is again going to return 3, but that is actually the partial call. Now, the question is that currying what for? Now, to understand the benefits, we need a real life example. For instance, let's just say that we have a logging function that logs the date, the importance, and the message that formats and output the information. Now, in real projects, such functions have many useful features like sending logs over the network. So here we will just use the alert function. So we will just remove this from here and we will create a function named as log that is going to have date, importance, and it is going to have the message. Now inside this function, we are going to simply write in alert and double ticks. And inside that, we are going to have a dollar sign and we are going to have date dot get hours. So it is going to get us the hours, a colon, then a dollar sign, and we are going to have date dot get minutes, then a colon, then this closing. And after that, we are going to have one more square brackets where we are going to have a dollar sign, the importance, and finally, we are going to have here the message. Just come out of here and we already have closed the function here. So to query it, basically what you have to do is that you have to write in log and you have to make it equal to underscore dot, and it is going to be this query, and inside that you have to write in log. So now that you have actually queried it, what you can do is that you can actually make a call to the log like uh, this, where you can have a comma b comma c. That's are the three parameters, but you since you have queried it, so you can actually make a call like that, that is the queried call as well. So to make a normal call, what you can simply do is that you can have the new date, and let's just say that the importance is the debug and the message is some debug. But what you can also do is that you can just copy this from here. Now this actually is the format where you have log a, b, and c. Now in the second one you can just paste it again, and right here what you can do is that you can actually add brackets. So you can also bracket this one and you can also bracket this one. Now this is the format where you have log and you have A, you have B, and you have C. So this is basically this format. So I hope that you have understood that. So now we can easily make a convenience function for our current log. Now to do that, what you can do is that you can have let log now equal to log and have new date in there. And after that, you can have log now. And what you can do is that you can pass in the info and you can pass in the message. Now, this over here is basically the first parameter that is going to get passed here. This is going to be the second parameter that is going to get passed in the importance here, and the message is going to get passed in the third parameter in the message here. So what we have done here is that we have made a convenience function for our current log. So now basically the log now is actually log with fixed first argument, and in other words, it is the partially applied function, or partial for short. We can go further and make a convenience function for current debug logs as well. For example, instead of the date, right here, you can just write in debug here, and that is going to be the convenience function for your current debug logs. So we didn't lose anything after querying. Log is still callable normally. And secondly, we can easily generate partial functions such as for today's logs. So I hope that you have understood that. So let's just talk about more. And let's just say that in case you would like to get into details, then there is also the advanced query implementation for multi-argument function that we could use as well. Now to do that, we will just remove this from here, and let's just say that you have a function this, and inside that you have func. Now right here you can have return function, and it is going to be curried, and it is going to be the dot args, that are arguments list. Now we are going to write in that if the args dot length is greater than or equal to the func dot length, then what I want you to do is that I want you to return func dot apply. This is going to be the first parameter, and the args is going to be the second parameter. And in the else condition, what I want you to do is that I want you to return the function with a second set of arg2, and inside that you are going to return the current dot apply. This is going to be the first parameter, args dot concat it with the arg2. So it's pretty short, as you can see, and using the examples, what you can have is that now you can have as many arguments as you want. So for example, if you have the same function where you are actually having the sum, so let's just say that you have a, b, and c, and you want to return a plus b plus c. So right here you can have not this but a, b, c only. And now if you have let the current sum equal to the curry function and you pass in the sum there, now it is going to operate in the very same way where we calculated the sum with two arguments. But now you can see that you have actually made things where you can have as many arguments as you like. You can simply go on and add arguments right here. So to make calls, you can have alert, the current sum, and you can pass in 1 2 3. So it is actually going to return you 6, which is mean that the current sum is actually able to call itself normally. Now what you can also do is that you can have 1, and then you can have 2 and 3 here, which means that it is actually the currying of only the first argument. Whereas you can also have something like this, which is the full currying, and all these three statements which we have specified here is actually going to return 6, which is actually the sum of these three numbers. So the new curry may look complicated, but it's actually easy to understand. The result of the curry func call is the wrapper curried that look like this, what we have specified right over here. So when we run this code, there are two if execution branches. The first is that if the passed argument count is the same or more than the original function has in its definition, that is the function.length, then just pass the call to it using func.apply. Otherwise, it is going to get a partial function. We don't call the func just yet. Instead, another wrapper is returned that will reapply the current, providing previous argument together with the new one. Then if we call it again, we will get either a new partial if not enough arguments, or finally we are going to get the result. So the currying requires the function to have fixed number of argument. A function that uses rest parameters, such as what we have covered here, can't be curried in the way which we have covered in the first way. Now, by definition, curry should convert sum a, comma b, comma c into sum a, b, and c. But most implementation of currying in JavaScripts are actually advanced as described right here in this example. They also keep the function callable in the multi-argument variant. So I hope that you have understood currying and advanced implementation of currying. So basically, currying is a transform that makes f a comma b comma c callable as f a, b, and c separatable. JavaScript implementation usually both keep the function callable normally and return the partial if the argument count is not enough. Currying allow us to easily get partial as we have seen in the logging example after currying the three arguments universal function log date importance message gives us partial when called with one argument like log date or two argument like log date and importance. So that was all about currying in JavaScript. I hope that you have understood that. So that is it with this tutorial as well, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to talk about a reference type. So this tutorial basically is an advanced topic to understand certain edge cases better. Now it's not important, many experienced developers live fine without knowing it. So if you want to know how things work under the hood, you can just go on and continue on with this tutorial, and this is going to help you to actually increase your knowledge. So let's get to it. Now, a dynamically evaluated method call can lose this keyword. For example, let's just say that we have a user that is having the name John, and then we have inside that a hi function that is actually going to simply write an alert this dot name comma, and right here it is going to have a by function as well that is going to actually have an alert statement that is going to say by. So basically it is going to say John by. So to make it work we are going to write in user dot hi, and it is actually going to work. So now let's call user.hi or user.by depending on the name. So what I'm saying is that we don't need this bracket here. So let's just say that we write in user.name equal to John, user.hi, else call user.by. So let's just add the parenthesis with it this as well. So now if you run this code, it is actually going to generate error. Now on the last line here, there is a conditional operator that chooses either user.hi or user.by. Now in this case, the result is user.hi. Now the method is immediately called with parentheses, but it doesn't work correctly. As you can see, the call, if you run this, is going to result in an error because the value of the this keyword inside the call becomes undefined. So if you write in user.hi and you use that is basically the object dot method, then it is going to work. But if you use the evaluated method, which you have used here, it is not going to work. So this is basically known as the object dot method, and this one over here is known as the evaluated method. Now this over here is actually going to work, but this over here is actually going to generate error. So let's just see the output here. You can see if you run the first one, it is going to say John, John, and you can see that after that, the output is not going to get generated. So why is that? Now, if you want to understand why it happens, what we have to do is that we have to get under the hood of how object.method call works. So that's why you need to understand reference type. So looking closely, we may notice two operations in object.method statement. First is the dot operator that retrieves the property object.method. You can see that user here is the object right here, and this is actually the method. So we have object dot method where we have this dot operator in between that retrieves the property object dot method. And after that, we have parentheses right here that actually execute it as a function. So how does the information about the this keyword get passed from the first part to the second one? Now, if we put this operation on separate lines, then this keyword will be lost for sure. For example, if we just remove this from here, and let's just say that I just write in let hi equal to user dot hi, close this, and right here I want to just write in hi, then actually we are splitting getting and calling the method in two lines. Now that is going to get you an error message because this statement over here is actually undefined. So here hi equal to user dot hi puts the function into the variable, and then on the last line it is completely standalone, so there is no this keyword. Now to make user.hi with bracket call works, JavaScript is going to use a trick, that is the dot operator that returns not a function but a value of the special reference type. Now the reference type is a specification type. We cannot explicitly use it, but it is used internally by the language. Now, the value of the reference type is a three value combination, that is the base, which is the object, then the name, that is the property name, and then the strict, that is true if use strict is in effect. Now, the result of a property access user.hi is not a function but a value of reference type. For a user.hi without brackets in strict mode, it is going to be a reference that looks something like this, where you can have user hi in brackets and right in true. So this is basically a reference type value. Now, when parentheses are called on the reference type, they receive the full information about the object and its method, and it can set the right this keyword, which is user in this case. Now, reference type is a special intermediary internal type with the purpose to pass information from the dot to the calling parenthesis. Now, any other operation like assignment where you have hi equal to user dot hi without brackets discards the reference type as a whole, and it take the value of user dot hi, that is a function, and passes it on. So any further operation is going to lose the this keyword. So as the result, the value of this keyword is only passed the right way if the function is called directly using a dot object dot method with brackets, or you can do it with square bracket syntax as well. So there are ways to solve this problem using such as function dot bind, and that is also going to do your job. So I hope that you have understood the purpose of reference type in JavaScript. So reference type is an internal type of the language. Reading a property such as with the dot in object dot method returns not exactly the property value but a special reference type value that store both the property value and the object it was taken from. That's for the subsequent method called to with brackets to get the object and set the this keyword to it. For all other operations, the reference type automatically becomes the property value. Now, the whole mechanism is hidden from our eyes. It only matters in subtle cases, such as when a method is obtained dynamically from an object using an expression. So, this was a tutorial just for information purposes. That is to just show you how things work behind the hood. So, I hope that you have understood what we have covered in this tutorial. Thank you so much, guys, for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to talk about a recent addition to the JavaScript language, that is the big int. Now, the big int is a special numeric type that provides support for integers of arbitrary length. A big int is created by appending n to the end of an integer literal, or by calling the function bigint that create big integers from strings, numbers, and other things. For example, if you write in constant and you write in big int and you make it equal to, let's just say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and let's just say a very, 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 very large number and add an n to it, then it is actually going to create a big int for you. Now, there is a second way to do that as well, that is using the big int function, where you can have the same big int, and what you can do with it is that you can actually write in big int, that is a built-in function, and just have double quotes and just copy this without the n now, because we don't need the n because we have used the function here. So that is also going to create a big int for you. So to create a big int, like let's just say 10n, what you can do is that you can have constant big int from number is going to equal to the big int, and if you just write in 10 inside here, then it is actually the same as writing 10n. So how basically math operators work with the big int? Now big int can mostly be used like a regular number. For example, you can just alert 1n plus 2n, and that is going to give you 3. You can have alert 5n divided by 2n, and that is going to give you 2. So if you have 5n by 2n, then that is actually the division, which returns 2. That returns the result rounded towards 0 without the decimal part. Now all operation on big int actually returns big ints. So we can't mix big ints and a regular number. For example, if you have something like alert and you just write in 1 n and you add it with 2n, then that is actually something that is allowed. But if you just remove this n from here, then it is actually going to give you an error because you cannot mix up big ints with regular numbers. So we should explicitly convert them if needed using either the big int or the number. For example, if you have something like a big int that is equal to, let's just say 1n, and then let's just say that you have a normal number that is actually equal to 3. So you know that you cannot actually add them because, as I told you, that you can mix big int with regular numbers. But if you have the urgent need to do that, then what you can do is that you can have big int plus, you can just call the big int function on the normal number, which is first going to convert the normal number into a big int number, and then it is going to actually give you the answer. Now you can also convert the big int into a number as well. Now for that, you have to simply write in number and just have a closing bracket here. But now you cannot perform the operation because now this is going to be a normal number and this is going to be a big int number. So again, mixing up is going to give you an error. So we will just remove this from here, and now it is going to work just fine. Now the conversion operations are always silent. They never give errors because, but if the big int is too huge and won't fit the number type, then the extra bits are going to be cut off. So we should be very careful when doing conversions from big int to a normal number. Then comes the comparisons for how comparison work with big ints and normal numbers. Now they just work fine because let's just say that you have something like alert and you just write in 2n if that is greater than a normal number or not, then it is going to actually return true. Whereas if you want to have equal to 2, then that is actually going to be true as well. But if you have the triple equal operator, then they are since referencing to different locations, so that's why this is going to return false. Then comes that how Boolean operations work with big int. Now when inside the if or other Boolean operations, big int behave like normal numbers. For instance, in the if condition, the big int 0n is falsy and other values are truthy. So if you have if and you have 0n inside that, now you know that 0 is actually a falsy value. So 0n is also going to be a falsy value, whereas all other values are going to be truthy. Now, Boolean operators such as the OR and the AND operator and other also work with big int in the very same manner like numbers. Then comes the polyfills. Now, polyfilling big ints is quite tricky. The reason is that many JavaScript operator like the plus operator, the minus operator, and so on behave very differently with big ints compared to regular numbers. For example, division of big int always returns a big int, rounded if necessary. Now, to emulate such behavior, a polyfill would need to analyze the code and replace all such operators with its functions. But doing so is cumbersome and would cost a lot of performance. So there is no well-known good polyfill. Although the other way around is proposed by the developer of the JSBI library. Now this library implements big numbers using its own methods. We can use them instead of native big ints. So when using the big ints while having polyfills, what you can have is, let's just say that you have a equal to big int, and let's just say that you have 123 inside that. Now this is actually a native big int, but if you talk about the JSBI library big int, then it is going to be JSBI, a dot operator, and then it is going to be big int 123, and now it is going to actually work fine. So then you have to use the polyfill with the Babel plugin to convert the JSBI calls to native Begin for those browsers that supports them. In other words, this approach suggests that we write code in the JSBI instead of native Begins, but JSBI work with numbers as with Begins internally, emulates them closely following the specification, so the code will be Begin ready. So we can use such JSBI code as is for engines that don't support Begins, and for those that to support, the polyfills will convert the call to native bigends. So I hope that you have understood all about bigends. That is actually a new addition to the code, as I told you. So that is it with this tutorial. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course. And in this tutorial, we are going to go deeper into string internals and talk about Unicode. Now, this knowledge is going to be helpful for you if you plan to deal with emoji, rare mathematical or hieroglyphic characters, or other rare symbols. Now, as we already know that JavaScript strings are based on Unicode. Each character is represented by a byte sequence of 1 to 4 bytes. Now, JavaScript allow us to insert a character into a string by specifying its hexadecimal Unicode code with one of these three notations, where we can have like like this, where the two capital X must be two hexadecimal digits with a value between 00 and FF. Then this format is the character whose Unicode is going to be this two capital X. Because this complete format notation support only two hexadecimal digits, it can be used only for the first 256 Unicode characters. Now these first 256 character include the Latin alphabets, most basic syntax characters, and some others. For example, if you have right inside here, you have, let's just say that you have 7a. Now it is the same as the small z, which is the Unicode of u plus 007a. So if you alert something like this, then the output is actually going to be Z, which is a small z. Whereas if you have, let's just say, A9, then it is actually going to give you the copyright symbol that looks something like C. So as I told you that we have three notations. This was the first one, that is XX. Now the second notation is something like this, where you have a small u, then XXXX. Now the 4x here must be exactly 4 hexadecimal digits with the value between 4 zeros and 4f. Then this pattern is the character whose Unicode is these 4 x's. Now characters with Unicode whose values are greater than u plus 4f's can also be represented with this notation, but in this case we will need to use a so-called surrogate pair. We will talk about surrogate pairs later in this tutorial. So if you have here, let's just say that you have, let's just say forward, you have U and you have 00A9, then it is actually the same as the copyright symbol where we are actually having the XA9, but we are this time using the 4-digit hexamal notation. Now you can have 044F. Now this is actually the Cyrillic alphabet letter, which is a reverse R. You can also have a arrow up symbol, which has the code 2191. If you alert this, it is going to give you the arrow up symbol. Now, the third notation we have is something like this, where you have U and you have X, and then you have a lot of X. Now, this must be a hexadecimal value of 1 to 6. I hope that we have printed 6. Yes, we have. So this must be a hexadecimal value of 1 to 6 byte between 0 and 10FFFF. That is the highest code point defined by Unicode. This notation actually allow us to easily represent all existing Unicode characters. So let's just say if you want to have a smiling face symbol, then the code for that is actually something like this. It is going to be forward slash U, and inside the brackets it is going to be 1F60B. So if you output this and just use this with the alert statement, it is going to give you a smiling face symbol. So as I told you that in the second pattern which we have studied here, right here, we can actually have a so-called surrogate pairs where we can have characters whose values are greater than U plus 4Fs. So if you want to have more, then you can use surrogate pairs. So the question is that what are surrogate pairs? Now, all frequently used characters have 2-byte codes, that is 4 hexadecimal digits. Now, letters in most European languages, numbers, and the basic unified CJK ideographic sets, that is the Chinese, Japanese, and Korean writing system, have a 2-byte representation. Now, initially, JavaScript was based on the UTF-16 encoding that allowed only 2 bytes per character, but 2 bytes only allow the 65536 combinations, and that is not enough for every possible symbol of Unicode. So, rare symbols that requires more than 2 bytes are encoded with a pair of 2-byte characters called a surrogate pair. As a side effect, the length of such symbol is going to be actually 2. So if you want to have a face with tears of joy and you want to know the length of that, then it is going to be actually 2. Now, the reason behind that is that surrogate pairs did not exist at the time when JavaScript was created and thus are not correctly processed by the language. Now, all mathematical script letters like the capital X of the mathematical script, Chinese character face with tears of joy, like something that are going to have the length as 2. So we actually have a single symbol in each of these strings we discussed, that are the mathematical script, the face with tears of joy, and a Chinese character. They are going to be a single character, but the length property is going to show a length of 2. Now, getting a symbol can also be tricky because most language features treat the surrogate pair as 2 character. For example, if you have, let's just say, the mathematical X and you see 2 odd characters, so if you want to have, let's just say that you have right here, you want to alert, then you have, let's just say, the mathematical X. This is not a normal X, you have to note that. So I guess to do that you have to actually have something like this. I don't know how to write the mathematical x here, but let's just say that this is the mathematical x and you just write in 0 over here, then it is going to show strange symbol. Now, pieces of a surrogate pair have no meaning without each other. So the alert in this example actually display garbage values. Technically, surrogate pair are also detectable by their codes. If a character has the code in the interval of 0xD800 till the 0xDBFF, then it is the first part of the surrogate pair. The next character, that is the second part, must have the code in the interval 0xDC00 till the 0xDFFF. Now, these intervals are actually reserved exclusively for surrogate pairs by the standard. So let me just write you the right here. So as I told you that we have actually a first part and then we have a second part as well. Now in the first part, as I told you that if a character has the code in the interval of something like this, that is 0xD800 till the and it has it up till 0x dBFF, then that is actually the first part. Now for the second part, the range which we have is 0x DC00 dot till it goes up till 0x dFFF. So this is the interval that has the second part. Now these internals, as I told you, are reserved exclusively for surrogate pairs by the standard. So if you have the methods where you have string dot from code point and string dot code point at, they were actually added in JavaScript to deal with surrogate pairs. They are essentially the same as string dot from character code and string dot character code at, but they treat surrogate pairs correctly. The last thing which we are going to talk about the Unicode is the diacritical marks and normalization. Now, in many languages, there are symbols that are composed of the base character with a mark above or under it. For instance, the letter A can be the base character for the characters where we have a mark at the top of A. Now, most common composite characters have their own code in the Unicode table, but not all of them because there are too many possible combinations. Now to support arbitrary compositions, the Unicode standard allow us to use several Unicode characters, the base character followed by one or many mark characters that decorate it. For instance, if we have S followed by the special dot at the top character, then it has the code that is 0307U. So if you write in here alert, and inside that you have S, and after that you want to get the dot at the top, so you have to write in after S, you have to write in U, and you have to write in 0307. So what that is going to output for you, let's just see that, is going to be, you can see S and you can see a dot operator at the top of S. So if we need an additional mark above the letter or below it, that is no problem. Just add the necessary mark character for that. For instance, if we append a character dot below, then what we have to do is that we have to add 0323 with S as well, and that is actually going to have a dot below. So after that, we are going to add U and it is going to be 0323. Save this and refresh this, and you can see that you have got a dot at the top and a dot at the bottom of S. So this provides great flexibility but also an interesting problem here. Now two characters may visually look the same but be presented with different Unicode combinations. For example, let's just say that we have this, you can see. So if we copy this and we paste it again, but this time what we do is that we have the 0323 at first, and after that we have 0307. Now since this is going to give you the dot at the top and this is going to give you a dot at the bottom of this character s, and similar goes for this is going to give you the bottom dot and this is going to give you the up top. Now the output for both of these is going to be the same. So if you run this code, you can see that it has ss, and this also is the s with two dots, one at the top and one at the bottom. So you can see that it is a very interesting problem where they look visually the same, but they are represented with different Unicode combination. Now to solve this, there exists a Unicode normalization algorithm that brings each string to the string normal form. Now for that you have to use the function that is known as str.normalize. So let's just say that you have this character where you have SU307 and U0323, and after that you write in dot normalize, and let's just say that you make it equal to this part over here. So we will just remove this from here, and if you save this and you run this code, then you can see that it actually generated false. The reason behind that is that actually this over here is something with first a dot at the top and then a dot at the bottom. Now since the Unicodes here are not same, so that's why when you run this code it is actually going to generate false. But right here, if you also use the normalize function with this and now refresh your code, you can see that now it says true. So it's quite funny that in our situation, the normal actually bring together a sequence of three character to one, which is the S with two dots. So in reality, this is not actually always the case. The reason is that the symbol dot is common enough, so Unicode characters included it in the main table and gave it the code. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered in this tutorial. So that was all about Unicode string intervals. I hope that you have understood that. So thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and from this tutorials we are going to be talking about forms and controls. So in this tutorial we are going to talk about form properties and methods. Now, form and control elements such as the input tag have a lot of special properties and events. Working with forms will be much more convenient when we learn them. So the first thing which we are going to see here is the navigation between form and elements. Now, document form are members of the special collection that is known as document.forms. That is a so-called named collection. It's both named and it's ordered. We can use both the name or the number in the document to get the form. So when we have a form, then any element is available in the named collection using the form dot elements. So for instance, let's just say that right inside in the body here, let's just say that you have a form. So the closing tags for the form, and inside this form, what you're going to do is that you are going to have two input elements. So the type, we don't need the type for now. What we have to do is that we have to specify the name as one, and we are going to specify the value as one. So just copy this and let's just add one more value here, and it is going to be 2, and this is going to be named as 2 here. So now we are going to actually name our form. So let's just say that the name of my form is my. So as you can clearly see that we have created a very simple form here with the name my, which has two input fields, the one with name 1 and then one with name 2. So now inside the script.js, what we are going to do is that we are going to access our form. Now to get the form, what you have to do is that you have to write in document.forms.my. So we will create a variable named as form, and inside that we are going to write in document.forms.my. So when you write it, you have actually accessed your form element. So if you just write in alert and you write in form here and refresh your browser here, you can see that you have got the two elements here. So if you refresh, you can see that you have actually a HTML form element. Now when you have got actually the form, then what you can do is that now any element that is inside that form is actually available to you using this form object here, and you can access it using the form dot value. So we will just remove it from here, and we are going to create a variable element, and we are going to use that object form dot elements dot 1. So let's just say that I want to access the first element, that is 1. So to get the value of that, what you can simply now do is that you can use the element object and just write in value. So as you can clearly see that form.elements.1 actually has a value that is 1 here. So if you refresh this page to check what is the output, you can see that you have got this one, which is actually the value inside that. So if you just change this to 2 and now refresh your browser, you can see that now you are accessing the element with the name 2. Now there may be multiple elements with the same name as well. This is typical with radio buttons and checkboxes. So let's just say that inside this form, we will just remove the name here. And inside this form, what we are going to do is that we are going to create an input field. The type is going to be a radio button. The name is going to be the age, and we are going to specify the value as 10. So we will create one more input field, the type of which is again going to be radio. The name is again going to be age, and the value here this time is going to be 20. So we will just remove these elements from here. So now you can clearly see that what we have here is that we have multiple elements which have the same name, that is age right over here. So as I told you that this kind of scenarios most oftenly happen with radio buttons and checkboxes. Now in this case, we are going to have the form.elements name in the collection. So what I'm saying is that we will just save this index.html here, and we will go to the script.js, and this time we are actually going to access our form using a different format, and this time we are going to write in this the square brackets right in 0 here, which means that we want to access form number 0. So since here you can see that this is the first form, so that's why it is going to be the form number 0. So this form object now has access to that form which we have created. We don't need to access it by name, and as you can see here as well that we have not specified the name for this form as well. We are accessing it like it is a part of an array, and we are accessing the 0th element of that array. So now what you have to do is that to get the age elements, what you have to do is that you have to write in form.elements.age. But now the problem here is that this age over here is with two radio buttons. The first one is having the value 10 and the second one is having the value 20. So how basically you are going to access them? Now you are going to access them using the very same square brackets for which you have accessed the form, and when you write in 0 it is going to get you 10, and when you write in 1 it is going to get you 20. So let's just refresh this page, and I guess we have to write in dot value here because we actually want to get the value at element number 0th location. So now let's just refresh our page, and you can see that you have got 10, which is exactly what we want. So if you write in here 1, which means that now you are talking about element number 1, and now refresh, you can see that you have got this 20. So these navigation properties do not depend on the tag structure. All control and elements, no matter how deep they are in the form, are actually going to be available to you using the form.elements. Now we have field sets as subforms in certain cases as well. Now a form may have one or more field set elements inside it. They also have elements property that list form control inside them. So for instance, let's just say that we have a form right here, and let's just say that we assign an ID to this form, which is going to be form. Now, inside this form, we are going to have certain subforms, or you can call them field set. So right inside here, what we are going to do is that we are going to create a field set. Now, inside this field set, we are going to have a legend. And inside that legend, we are simply going to write an info. And after that, we are going to have an input field as well. So the input type is going to be text and name is going to be login. We will just remove the ID for now. We don't need that. So this is going to be it. We will just remove these from here. We don't need them. So basically you can see that inside the form you have a kind of a subform, which is the field set. Inside that we have got two elements, the legend, and we have got an input field with the name login. So now how you are going to access them, let's just save this and go to the script.js. So what you are going to do is that let's just say that you write in here alert, and you just write in form.elements dot login. So if you save this page and refresh your browser, you can see that you have actually got an HTML input element. So what you are going to do is that right here you are going to write in let the field set is going to equal to form dot elements dot user fields. So the question is that what is this user fields here? Now this is the name which we are going to specify here. We are going to make this equal to user fields. Save this now and go back here. So we are accessing form.elements.user fields. So if you now alert this field set, it is actually going to give you the output as HTML field set element. So if you want to now see that we can actually get the input by name both from the form and from the field set as well. So if you alert here that whether the field set dot elements dot login is basically equal to the form dot elements dot login. So as you can see that we are actually accessing the login directly, as well as we are accessing it using the field set elements dot login. Now as you can see that this field set over here is not here but in this index.html, you can see that this user fields set actually contain this input tag, whereas this form directly also contain this input tag. So you can see that right here we are accessing it directly using the form, and right here we are accessing it using the subform, or you can say that the field set. So if you refresh this page here, you can see that it is going to say true, which means in both cases the output is going to be the same, which means that, as I told you, that form may have subforms inside it, but you can always access the form inside a form element directly. Now, I hope that you have understood what we have covered so far. In the next tutorial, we are going to talk more about this. So for this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about form properties and methods. Now, in the previous tutorials, you actually access a form using the form.elements and dot after that you have to specify the property. Now, there is a shorter notation for that as well, that is form dot and directly the name. In other words, instead of writing form.elements.login, we can simply write form.login. Now that is going to work, but there is a small kind of issue with that. That is, if we access an element and then change its name, then it is going to be still under the old name as well as under the new one. So let's just see this with the help of an example. So let's just say that inside this form with the ID form, we have a input field. Now inside this input field, we are going to only need the name. So we are going to specify the name as login and save this and move towards the script file. Now inside the script file, if you write in alert and want to check if the form.elements.login is equal to form.login, which I have told you is the shorter form that you have to just write in form dot and write in the name of the property. Now, if you run this code, it is actually going to return true. But as I told you, the minor issue with that is if you access an element and later change the name, then it is going to be available under the new name as well as the old one. So let's just say that now you write in form dot login and you want to change the name, let's just say to username. So now we have actually changed the form.login.name to username. So as I told you that it is going to be available under the old name as well as the new name. So if you have form.element, that has actually going to update the name. So if you want to alert and write in form.elements dot login, then this is going to actually give you an undefined value. Whereas if you write in alert form dot elements dot username, then it is actually going to give you the input field. Now, as I told you, that form allows both names, the new one and the old one. So if you write in here want to have alert form dot username and you want to make it equal to form dot login, which is actually the old name, then this statement over here is going to give you true. Now this statement over here is going to give you the input tag field, and this statement over here is going to give you undefined. Now that is usually not a problem. However, because we rarely change name of form elements, so that's why you can actually access the form elements using the shorter notation. So in the second part of this tutorial, we are going to talk about back reference. Now, up till now, you have been studying form.name. So now what you are going to study is actually the name dot form. So for any element, the form is available as element dot form. So a form references all elements and the elements actually references back the form. So you can call it a back reference in JavaScript. For instance, right here, if you let's just say that write in alert and write in login dot form, then it is actually going to return the HTML form element. So we will, I guess, just remove these from here. And what we are going to do is that before we do that, we are going to create a login that is going to equal to form dot login. So save this as you can see that this is actually the reference from form.login, and this is the back reference, that is the login.form. So if you run it, it is going to actually return the HTML form element. So this is actually called back referencing in JavaScript. So let's just see the output here, refresh this, and as you can see, true. And after that, you have got the HTML form element. So the true was basically for this alert statement, and for this alert statement, you have got the object HTML form element. So I hope that you have understood what back referencing is and also how to use the shorter notation to access form elements. So for this tutorial, that is it. In the next tutorial, we are going to talk more about the form properties and methods. So thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to continue on with form properties and methods. So in this tutorial we are going to talk about three kinds of form elements. The first one is right in front of you, that is input and text area. The second one is the select and option. And the third one which we are going to talk about is the new option. So this tutorial is going to be split in three parts. So right here, we are going to actually code our first part. So in the input and text area, we can actually access their value as input dot value for strings or input dot check for booleans for checkboxes and radio buttons. So what we can have is that we can have something like input dot value, not input device, but we can have input dot, and you can have value as, let's just say, new value, which means that you can actually change that value. And for the text, you can also have the text area dot value, and you can have the value as new text. Now for boolean, as I told you, that you can have the input dot checked, which is basically for checkboxes and radio buttons. So for that you can have input dot checked, and you can make it actually equal to true for a checkbox or radio button. So basically use the text area dot value, not the text area dot inner HTML. So please note that even though the text area the text area HTML text holds its value as nested HTML, we should never use text area dot inner HTML to access it, because it store only the HTML that was initially on the page, not the current value. So this is how basically you can have input and text area modified. So this is actually the talk about form control, where we are talking about HTML elements. So the second element which we are going to talk about is the select and option. Now, the select element basically has three important properties. The first one is the select.options, that is the collection of the option tag subelements. The second one is the select.value, that is the value of the currently selected option. And finally, we have select.selected index, that is the number of the currently selected options. Now, they provide three different ways of setting a value for a select tag. The first one is that how to find the corresponding option tag element among the select.option and set its option.selected to true. The second one is that if we know a new value, then we can set the select.value to the new value. And in the third one, if we know the new option number, then we can set the select.selected index to that number. So let's just see these three with the help of an example. So right here, instead of this form, we will just remove this. And what we need here is a select tag. So we are going to assign this with an ID. We don't need the name. So we will just remove this from here. And inside the ID, I'm going to write in select. Now inside these tags, we are going to have three options. So we are going to have option, the value is going to be apple for the first one. And inside that, we are going to have apple. In the second option tag, the value is going to be pear. And inside that, we are also going to have pear. And in the third option tag, the value is going to be banana. And inside that, we are also going to have banana as the text. So you can see that we have actually have a select, ID is select, and we have got three options inside that. So now what we will do is that we will check these options and select with the help of all the three methods which we have studied. That is the select.option, select.selected index, and select.selected value. So right inside the select an option field here in the working area, we are going to do the JavaScript code where we are going to write in select dot options. And let's just say that I'm talking about option number 2 here. And I'm going to write in dot selected. I want to make it equal to true. Now for the second one, we can have select dot selected index, and we are going to make this equal to, let's just say 2, and we are going to have select dot value, and we are going to make it equal to banana. So please note that option starts from 0, so index 2 means that we are talking about the third option. So this is how the three methods which I have talked about with select and options can be used. Now, unlike most other controls, the select tag actually allows to select multiple option at once if it has multiples attribute. Now, this attribute is very rarely used though. For multiple selected value, you have to use the very first way of selecting values, add or remove the selected property from the option tag subelement. So let's just see this how to get selected values from a multi-select. So in here, what you are going to do is that let's just say for the value equal to apple, what you are going to do is that you are going to make this equal to selected, and for the value peer, you're also going to make it equal to selected. So now you have two multiple value selections. So now in the script here, what you have to do is that you have to have selected, and you are going to make it equal to an array dot from, and you have to write in select dot options, and you have to write in dot filter. Just move it to a new line. So we are going to have dot filter, and inside that we are going to write in option and make it equal to option dot selected. So after that, finally, we are going to call in the map function on this. And inside the map function, we are going to make option equal to option dot value. So what that is going to do is that for every option that it filter out as selected, it is going to actually map its value to that current option. So if you now write in here alert and you want to check for the selected options, then actually the selected ones are the first two one that says apple and the pear. At this time, if you run your code, it is only going to give you the last selected value. And let me just show you first the output, and then I'm going to tell you the reason. So as you can see that you have got only pear, but the output which you were expecting was apple and pear, because you have actually kind of got an array which you want to actually print out here in this selected when you alert selected. And the reason is that right inside here where you have the select tag, what you have to do is that you have to actually write in multiple here, which means that from this select tag, you actually want to have multiple selections if there are multiple available. So if you now save both of these pages and refresh your browser here, you can see that you have got both the selection, that is apple and pear. And if you have a look here, in the left corner of the browser, you can see that you have got apple and pear both selected. So I hope that you have understood how this works. So let's go to the last part of the tutorial where we are going to talk about this new option. So we will just remove this from here. Now, if you go and look at the specification, then there is a nice short syntax to create an option element, which looks something like this. It has let option, and you have to make it equal to new option, that is using the new keyword. So it has certain parameters as well. The first one is the text, the second one is the value, the third one is the default selected value, and the final parameter is the selected. So as you can see here that it has got four parameters. Now this syntax is actually optional. We can use the document.create element with option in its parameter and set the attributes manually, but still it may be shorter. So let's just talk about the parameters. The first one is text, that is text inside the option. The second one is the option value. The third one is, it's not value dot, but it's value comma. That is the third parameter, that is the default selected, which is true. Is it is going to be true, then if true, then selected HTML attribute is going to get created. And finally, for the fourth parameter, if that is true, then the option is going to get selected. Now, the difference between the default selected and selected is that the default selected actually sets the HTML attribute, while the selected sets whether the option is selected or not. In practice, one should usually use both values to true or false, or you can simply omit them both default to false. So for instance, if we have a new unselected option, for example, if we have nothing here and we only have text and we have comma value, and we have to actually enclose them inside parentheses, and this one as well, that is going to be the value. So this is basically the text and this is the value. So now the selected and the default selected are going to have the default values as false. Now the same option is going to act on if you have true and true over here, which means that both are now going to be true. Now the option elements have certain properties as well. The first one is option dot selected, that is the option selected. Option dot index, that is the number of the option among the others in its select tag. And finally the option dot text, that is the text content of the option seen by the visitor. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered in the form properties and methods. We have talked about the form navigation, where we talked about document.forms, that is a form available as document.forms, and you can specify in the brackets where you can have form number 0 or form number 1. Then we talked about form.elements. We talked about the back referencing for how you can use element.form, and we talked about the three methods which we have here: the input and text area, the select and option, and finally the new options. So that was all we have covered about form properties and methods. That is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to discuss forms and controls, and we are going to talk about focusing, where we are going to talk about focus and blur. Now, an element receives the focus when the user either clicks on it or uses the tab key on the keyboard. Now, there is also an autofocus HTML element that puts the focus onto an element by default when a page loads, and other means of getting the focus. Now, focusing on an element generally means to prepare to accept the data here. So that's the moment when we run the code to initialize the required functionality. Now, the moment of losing the focus can be even more important. That's when a user clicks somewhere else or presses the tab to go to the next form field, and there are other means as well. Now, losing the focus generally means that the data has been entered, so we can run the code to check it or even to save it to the server and so on. Now, there are important peculiarities when working with focus event, so we will do the best to cover them in this tutorial. So the first thing we are going to talk about is the focus or blur as events. Now the focus event is called on focusing, and blur is called when the event loses the focus. So let's use them for validation of an input field. So what we are going to do is that we are going to right here create a style area where we are going to have an email checked up. So basically, in the example we are going to cover now, what we are going to do is that we are going to use the blur handler, which is going to check if the field has an email entered, and if not, it is going to show an error. And the focus handler is going to hide the error message. On blur, it will be checked again. So the first thing we are going to do is that we are going to create an invalid here. Now, the reason for creating this invalid is to check for invalid emails. So we are going to specify the border color as red if an invalid email has been entered. So just a colon here, and that is going to be it. And after that, we are going to have an error as well. Now, inside the error, what we are going to do is that we are going to only specify the color as red. So it is going to be border dash color, not equal to, and that is going to be it. So we have a red color to be appeared on invalid email as well as on an error. So right inside the body here, the first thing which we are going to do is that we are going to write in your email, please. And after that, we are going to actually create an input field, the type for which is going to be email, and the ID is going to equal to input. So after that, we are going to create a div. Now inside the div, we are going to have an ID that is going to equal to error, and that is going to be it for the HTML and CSS part. So let's just move to the script.js. So right here, we are going to have two events. The first one is going to be on blur, and the second one is going to be on focus. So we are going to have input dot, and we are going to call in the first one that is going to be named as on blur. We are going to call a function, and inside that function, what we are going to do is that we are going to check for for an error. Now the error is actually going to be popped up if user enter an incorrect email. So we are going to check if input dot value dot includes at the rate. So if it includes this at the rate, which means that it is a correct email, but if you add a negation here, which means that if it do not include the at the rate sign, which means that it is not an email actually. So what I want you to do is that I want you to have input dot class list dot add invalid, which means that an invalid email has been entered. And after that, I want to have error dot the inner HTML, and that is going to equal to please enter a correct email. So it is going to ask you to enter a correct email, and after that we are going to specify the second event, that is input dot on focus. So on focus is again going to call a function that is going to be if this dot class list dot contains, if it has an invalid email, which means that right here we have actually specified the input dot class event as invalid if the email entered here, which was checked here, is not an invalid email. So now this class list contains invalid. So if this is true, then what I want you to do is that I want you to go inside this if condition and I want you to remove the error indication because the user wants to re-enter something. So we are going to have this dot class list dot remove, and it is going to actually remove the invalid message, and the error dot inner HTML is going to be equal to an empty string, which means that it is going to allow the user to enter again. So let's just run this code and see the output here. You can see that it is now asking you for your email. So let's just say that I write in ABC123 and at the rate of gmail.com. So it is actually a valid email here. But if you just ignore this, so you can see clearly that you have got a message that says please enter a correct email. So now if you click on it, you can see that as soon as you click on it, the error message down here actually disappeared because in the on focus function here, you have actually made inner HTML equal to an empty, whereas in case of the invalid email, which means that on blur, that whenever you actually have removed, you can see that if I click outside, which means that if the focus moves outside this field here where we are entering the email, it is going to pop up this message. And as soon as you click inside this, you can see that the message disappears. So appear, disappear, appear, disappear. So that's how the on focus and on blur works. Now, modern HTML allow us to do many validation using input attributes, the required and pattern and so on. And sometimes they are just what we need. JavaScript can be used when we want more flexibility. Also, we could automatically send the change value to the server if it is correct. So I hope that you have understood about the focus or blur events. In the next tutorial, we are going to talk about the focus or blur methods. So for this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to talk about the focus or blur methods. So we have two methods for that. We have the element.focus for focusing and element.blur for blurring. So we can set or unset the focus of an element using these two functions. For instance, let's just say that we move back to the index.html, and what we do now is that we don't need this error over here, sorry, the background, and we are only going to have, we don't want you to be here, and we will just replace it with dot error, and I want it to be something like background as red. That's it. And now we are actually going to ask for an input here. We are going to have, after this, we don't want this div anymore, but inside here we want to have an input field. The type is going to be text. The You're going to specify here the style that is going to equal to width as 220 pixels. We are going to specify the placeholder, which is going to be make email invalid, and try to focus here. So this is what we are going to do inside the input field. Now what we are going to do is that we are going to move towards our script. So we will just save this, and we have the on blur function, as you can see right in front of you. Now right here, what we are going to do is that we are going to write in, instead of if, we are going to write in this. So if this dot value dot includes at the rate and negation of it, which means that if it is not an email, then what we want to do is that we want to change this input to this, and we want to have this dot class list dot add, not error, but we want to, not invalid, but we want to have error here. And that what that is going to do is that it is going to show the error. Now to put the focus back, what you are going to do is that right here you are going to write an input dot focus, and that is actually going to put the focus back. So we will just remove this from here, and right here we are going to specify an else condition, and in the else condition we are going to write in this dot classless dot remove, and that is going to remove the error. So let's just see how it works. Refresh this. You can see that you have make email invalid and try to focus here. So let's just say that we have abc123 gmail.com, and let's just click this, and you can see that since my email is invalid, you can see that the complete background has turned red. So if you click here and may try to make this an a valid email and now click this, you can see that now it is kind of an input field, but you can see that the color has not changed to red because we have got this at the rate inside here. So this is how the methods focus or blur works in JavaScript. Now it is going to work in all browser except the Firefox browser because that is going to generate a bug for you. Now, if we enter something into the input and then try to use the tab or click away from the input tag, then the on blur actually returns the focus back. Please note that we cannot prevent losing focus by calling the event.prevent default in the on blur, because on blur works after the element has lost the focus. In practice, though, one should think well before implementing something like this, because we generally should show errors to the user but should not prevent their progress in filling our form. They may want to fill other fields first. Now, JavaScript initiated focus loss is something you need to know about. Focus loss can occur for many reasons. One of them is when the visitor clicks somewhere else, but also JavaScript itself may cause it. For instance, an alert moves focus to itself, so it causes the focus loss at the element, that is the blur event, and when the alert is dismissed, the focus comes back to the focus event. Secondly, if an element is removed from the DOM, then it also causes the focus loss. If it is reinserted later, then the focus does not return. Now, these features sometimes cause the focus or blur handlers to misbehave or to trigger when they are not needed. Now, the best recipe is to be very careful when using these kind of events. If you want to track the user initiated focus loss, then we should actually avoid causing it ourselves. So that is it. In the next tutorial, we are going to talk how to allow focusing on any element. So thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about focusing on forms. So in this tutorial, we are going to see how to allow focusing on any element. Let's just say a tab index. Now by default, many elements do not support focusing. The list varies a bit between browsers, but one thing is always correct. Focus or blur support is guaranteed for elements that a wizard can interact with, like buttons, input fields, select tags, the A tag, and so on. On the other hand, element that exist to format something such as the div, span, the table are something that are unfocusable by default. The method, that is element.focus, does not work on them, and the focus or blur events are actually never triggered. Now this can be changed using the HTML attribute that is known as the tab index. Now any element becomes focusable if it has the tab index. The value of the attribute is the order number of the element when the tab is used to switch between them. That is, if we have two elements, let's just say the first has a tab index 1 and the second has tab index 2, then pressing the tab key while in the first element moves the focus into the second one. Now the switch order is that elements with tab index from 1 and above goes first in the tab index order, and then elements without tab index. That is, let's just say, a regular input field. Now, elements without matching the tab index are switched in the document source order, that is the default order. Now, there are two special values. The first one is tab index equal to 0 puts an element among those without tab index. That is when we switch elements that are the elements with tab index equal to 0 go after elements with tab index greater than or equal to 1. Usually it's used to make an element focusable but keep the default switching order to make an element a part of the form on par with the input tag. Now the second special value is tab index equal to -1. Now it allows only programmatic focusing on an element. The tab key ignores such elements, but method element dot focus still work on these. For instance, let's just say that we have a list. So right here we are going to have a list, an unordered list that is going to be. So inside that unordered list, we have elements. The first one is, let's just say, 1. The second one is, let's just say, 2. Not 2, but let's just say 0. The third element is, let's just say, 2. And the fourth element, sorry, is, let's just say, minus 1. So these are actually to depict what I have just talked about, the two kind of special values. So right here, what we are going to do is that we are now going to assign a tab index to them. So let's just say for the tab having 1, it is going to have the tab index as 1. Now for this, let's just say the tab index is 0. For this one, let's just say the tab index is going to be 2. And for the last one, the tab index is going to be -1. So right here we are going to simply write and click the first element, that is the instruction you have to follow. Click the first element and press the tab key. And what you have to do is that you have to also keep track of the order. And what you have also to do is that you have to note that many subsequent tabs can move the focus out of the iframe in this example. So what you are going to do is that you are going to have a style tag here. Now in the style tag, what you are going to do is that you are going to talk about the list. And with the list, what you want to do is that you want to have the cursor as pointer. And what you also want to do is that you want to talk about focus here. Now in the focus, basically you are going to specify the outline change only, which is going to be something like 1 pixel, dashed, and green. So that's it. Specify this here, and that is going to be it all. Let's just remove this from here, and this should have been in curly brackets, not in round brackets. So we will just remove these round brackets from here, and that is going to be good. So just save this. And now if we run this code, you can see that you have the four elements, 1, 0, 2, and -1. Now the order that is going to be followed here is going to be something like 1, after that 2, and after that 0. So if you click on the first element now and click the tab key, you can see that it jumped to the area where the tab index is 2. Now if you click on tab again, it is going to jump to 0, and if you click tab again, the code actually ends. It does not move to -0. So here I will repeat two type of special value. The first one is having tab index 0. It is going to put an element among those without tab indexes. And for a tab index equal to -1, the tab key is going to actually ignore such elements, as you have seen over here as well. So normally the list tag does not support focusing, but what the tab index has helped us here with is that it has fully enabled it along with events and styling with focus. Now the property element.tab index works too. We can add tab index from JavaScript by using the element.tab index property. That is going to have the very same effect which we have seen here. So I hope that you have understood how tab index is going to allow you to focus on an element which actually does not support the focusing operation. So now what we are going to talk about in the last part of this tutorial is about delegation, and we are going to talk about focus in and focus out. But we are going to do that in the next tutorial. For this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to talk about delegation, and we are going to check in focus in and focus out. Now events like focus and blur basically do not bubble. For instance, we can't put the on focus on the form to highlight it. For example, if you have a form here, now in the form what you want to do is that on focus, what you want to do with this form is that you have to write in this dot class name, and you want to make this class name equal to focused. So you have this dot class name equal to focus, and inside this form you can have input fields. So right here you can have input tag. Now the type is going to be text. The name for that is going to be name, and the value is going to be name. Now the second input field, the type is going to be text, and the name is going to be surname, and the value is going to equal to surname. So in the style tag, if you just write in dot focused and you change the outline only as 1 pixel, solid and red, and if you run this code, then actually it is not going to work. Now the reason it is not going to work is because when the user focuses on an input field here, the focus event triggers on that input only. It does not bubble up. So the form.onFocus is actually never ever triggered here. Now, for this problem, we have got two solutions. First, there is a funny historical feature, that is the focus or blur that do not bubble up but propagate down on the capturing phase. So, right here, you can see that you have the very same style, you have the very same form, but in the script.js, what you have to do is that you have to perform the focus there, and you have to remove this focus right from here, and you have to simply specify an ID to this form as form. So what we will do is that we will just remove this from here, and we will just correct the formatting for this form here. So we don't want to do anything with this. We will just paste the input tags here, and right here we are going to simply assign an ID that is going to equal to form. So that's it. Just I tint it a bit, and that's good. So let's just save this, and the focused here is going to remain the very same. The focusing event is actually going to be performed right here, where we are going to have form dot add event listener, and the event listener which we want to have here is going to be the focus event listener. So right here we are going to add an arrow function that is going to equal to form dot class list with a small c, and class list dot add focused, and we are going to make it equal to true. So we will just copy this and paste it again, and all we have to change here is blur, and in place of the add method we have to actually write in remove, and it is going to remain the very same. Now this is going to actually work. So if you go here and run this code, and you can see that when you click on this, it actually turned everything to red, and you can see that you have got the name and you have got the surname here as well. So we don't want to save it. Thank you. So now there is a second way to do that as well. That is what is actually the concept which we want to cover in this tutorial. That is the focus in and focus out events. Now they are exactly the same as focus or blur, but the difference is that they bubble. Now note that they must be assigned using the element dot add event listener, not on event. So let's just see the working variant for this here. Now the form and the CSS is going to remain the very same. What you have to change here is that you have to just write in focus in, and right here you have to write in place of blur, you have to write in focus out. And the rest is going to remain the very same. What you have to only do is that you have to actually remove this true from here and this true from here as well. Just save this, and now if you refresh your code, you can see that it still works. So this is a second way of how you can actually do it. So that was all about focusing with forms control in JavaScript. I hope that you have understood that. So thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to continue on with forms controls, and we are going to talk about certain events that accompany data updates. Now these event includes the change, input, and that copy paste. So the first event which we are going to talk about is the change event. Now, this event is triggered when the element has finished changing. For text inputs, that means that the event occurs when it loses focus. For instance, while we are typing in the text field, then there is no event one, but when we move the focus somewhere else, for instance, click on a button, there is going to be a change event. So what we will do is that right here, we are going to create an input type text, and right here we are going to have on change we are going to have an alert statement, and in the alert statement what we are going to simply do is we are going to write in this dot a value. So basically while we are typing, we are going to type in this input field, nothing is going to happen, but when we move the focus somewhere else, for instance if we create a button here and now we specify the value for this button as well, so the value is going to be button with a capital B. So if you move the focus from this type text to somewhere else, for example, clicking on this button, then there will be a change event. So if you save this and refresh this, you can see that if you click on this, you can see that as you are typing here, the focus is here, but as soon as you click the button, you're going to see that the focus is going to move somewhere else. That is towards the alert box which has popped up here. Now for other elements like select, input type equal to checkbox or radio, it triggers right after the selection is going to change. So this was about the event change. The second event which we are going to cover is the event input. Now the input event triggers every time after a value is modified by the user. Unlike keyboard event, it triggers on any value change, even those that does not involve keyboard actions like pasting with a mouse or using speech recognition to dictate the text. For instance, if you move back here and let's just say that you have a type text, and right here you assign an ID to it, which is going to be input. Now the event which we are going to specify is, we will just close this and we are going to just remove this from here. And right here we are going to write an on input, a colon. You're going to have span ID is going to equal to result, and just close the span tag. Now what you will do is that we will just remove this button from here because we don't need this button anymore. We are only talking about the event input. So in the script here, if you write an input dot and you call in on input and make it a function here, and inside this function you just write in a result dot inner html, and you make it equal to whatever value was input here. So if you run this code, it is going to be a very interesting output for you. You can see that whatever you type in here, like tutorials, you can see that on input is actually going to print that for you here. So whatever you type in here, as you can see, is going to get printed over here as well. So if you remove it, it is also going to be removed from here. So what's going on here is that the inner HTML is changing its value here in the span tag and storing it in the result first, and after that printing whatever you type in this input tags. So if we want to handle every modification of an input tag, then this event is the best choice. On the other hand, input event do not trigger on keyboard input and other actions that do not involve value change, for example pressing arrow keys while in the input. So you can't prevent anything in the on input. The input event occurs after the value is modified. So we can't use event.prevent default there. It's just too late. There would be no effect on that. So I hope that you have understood these two events. There are three more events which we want to discuss, that are the cut, copy, paste. But we are going to do that in the next tutorial. For this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about events, and in this tutorial we are going to talk about the cut, copy and paste. Now these events occur on cutting, copying and pasting a value as obvious. Now they belong to the clipboard event class and provide access to the data that is either cut it, copied or pasted. Now we can also use the event.prevent default, abort the action, then nothing is going to get copied or pasted. For instance, let's just say that we have this input field here, and in the script.js, what we are going to do is that we are going to prevent all the cut, copy, paste events and show the text which we are going to copy, cut, or paste. So in here in the script tag, we are going to have input dot on paste. So on paste, we are going to actually call upon a function, pass in an event to this function, which can be either of these three. So right here, we are going to simply alert paste, and we are going to add a event dot, since as I told you, it is actually a clipboard event. So you are going to write in clipboard, not event, but clipboard data dot get data. That can be either a text data or plain data. So a colon here, and right here we are going to simply write an event dot prevent default, and as I told you that prevent default is to abort the action, and it is going to stop anything that is being copied or pasted. So just add these brackets here, and that is going to do your job. And after that, what we are going to do is that we are also going to write an input dot on cut. We are going to write an input dot on copy equal to a function, which means that this function is going to be applied to the on cut as well as the on copy. And we are going to pass in an event to this. And inside here, we are going to simply write an alert event dot type, and we are going to concat it with a dash operator and concat it with document dot get selection brackets here. And after that, we are also going to call in the event dot prevent default on this, and that is going to actually do your job. So please note that inside the cut and copy event handlers, to call a call to the event.clipboard data.get data is done that returns an empty string. Now the reason behind that is the technically the data isn't in the clipboard yet. If you use event.prevent default, it won't be copied at all. So in the example here, we have used document.getSelection to get the selected data. You can find more details about document selection later. It's possible to copy or paste not just text, but everything. For instance, we can copy a file in the operating system file manager and paste it. The reason behind that is the clipboard data implements the data transfer interface commonly used for a drag and drop and copy pasting. It's a bit beyond our scope now, but you can find its method in the data transfer specification, so you can look into that if you want to. Also, there is an additional asynchronous API of accessing the clipboard that is known as navigator.clipboard, and you can actually study that in the specification of clipboard API and event, but it is not supported by Firefox. So if you run this code, then you can see that if you type in data here and just press Control C, then you can see that it says copy data. And if you press Control X, it says cut data. But you can see that data is actually present here even after cutting it, which means if you remove it and have Control V here, you can see that it says paste data. But you can see that it did not pasted the data for me. So what you have to do is that we will just remove these two events from here to see the output here. Save this and just go back here, refresh this page. And now if you write in data and press Control X, you can see that it says cut data, and you can see that the data has actually been removed because we have actually removed the prevent default operation. And now if you press Control V, then you can see that it says paste data, click OK, and you can see that data is actually now available in the input field here. So I hope that you have also understand the purpose of default prevent default function as well. So the last thing which we are going to discuss are some safety precaution. Now the clipboard is actually a global operating system level thing. A user may switch between various applications, so he may copy or paste different things, and a browser page should not see all that. So most browser basically allow seamless read or write access to the clipboard only in the scope of certain user action, such as, let's just say, copying or pasting. Now it's forbidden to generate custom clipboards event with dispatch event in all browser except the Firefox. And even if we manage to dispatch such event, the specification clearly state that such synthetic events must not provide access to the clipboard. Even if someone decide to save event.clipboard data in an event handler and then access it later, it is not going to work. So to reiterate, event.clipboard data works solely in the context of user-initiated event handlers. On the other hand, navigation.clipboard is a more recent API meant for use in any context. It is going to ask for user permission even if needed. So I hope that you have understood the 5 events we have covered: the change event, the input event, and finally the cut, copy, and paste event. So that is it with this tutorial. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about forms controls. So in this tutorial, we are going to talk about the submit event, and we are going to talk about the submit method. Now the submit event actually triggers when the form is submitted. It is usually used to validate the form before sending it to the server or abort the submission and process it in JavaScript. Now the method form.submit allows to initiate form sending from JavaScript. We can use it to dynamically create and send our own forms to the server. So let's just see these two in detail. So in the first part of the tutorial, we are going to talk about the submit event. There are two main ways to submit a form. The first one is to click a button with the type submit, or the second one is to have input type equal to image. The second way is to press enter on an input field. Now both action leads to the submit event on the form. The handler can check the data, and if there are errors, it can show them and call the event.prevent default. Then the form won't be sent to the server. Now what we are going to do is that, let's just say we have a form down here in the body. So we are going to create a form here. Now what we will do with this form is that we are going to call in on submit. Now on submit, what we are going to do is that we are going to have an alert here, and inside the alert we are going to have submit, and after that a colon here, and it is going to return false. So inside this form, what we are going to do is, now inside this form, we are going to have first, that is going to be enter in the input field. And what you want to have entered is actually going to be an input field. The type is going to be text, and the value is going to be text as well. And after that, we are going to simply add a break line here. In the second field here, we are going to write in second. And right here, we are going to just write in the instruction, which you have to do, that is click submit. And right here, we are going to create a input field. The type is going to be submit this time. And right here, we don't need these, but we have to specify the value here, that is going to be not like this, but it is going to be submit. Looks better. So what you are going to do now is that in this example here, if you go into the text field and press enter, it is going to actually submit your form. And if you have click input type equal to submit, it is also going to enter your form. Now both action shows alert, and the form is not sent anywhere because we have written return false. So if you save this page and refresh your browser here, and let's just say that I want to just write in tutorials here, click enter, you can see that the form has been submitted. And in the second way, if you click submit, even then the form is going to be submitted, which means that these are the two events using which you can actually perform the submit event. So you can trigger the submit event in these two ways, which we have just covered. Now, the thing is that what is the relation between submit and click? So when a form is sent using the enter on an input field, a click event triggers on the input type equal to submit. Now that's rather funny because there was no click at all. So right here, you can see that when you click enter here on this input field, actually it is going to trigger the input type equal to submit, which is the same as clicking on this button, that is input type equal to submit. So that's how you are actually going to trigger the submit event. In the second part of this tutorial, we are going to talk about the submit method. Now, to submit a form to the server manually, we can call the form.submit. Then the submit event is not triggered. It is assumed that if the programmer calls form.submit, then the script already did all the related processing. So sometimes that's used to manually create and send a form. So to do that, what you have to do is that in the script here, we are going to write in let form equal to document dot create element, and what we want to create is actually a form. Now the form dot action is going to equal to a website that says https google, not this, a colon and two backslashes, after that google.com, and after that search. So this is what is going to be the action of the form, and we are going to specify the form dot method as well, that is going to equal to the get method. Now in the form dot inner HTML, what we are going to do is that we are going to create an input field, the name for which is going to equal to q, and the value is going to equal to test. After that, what we are going to do is that we are going to have document dot body dot append, and we want to append the form to it. And the last thing which we are going to do is that we are going to submit this form using the form dot submit function. So what we will do here is that we will just remove this form from here because we do not need it. Just save this page and save this page as well. And if you move back here and you refresh this page, then you can see that it is actually going to direct you to whatever you have in that input field. So if you refresh this again, you can see that it is going to actually direct you here because the value which you have specified here was test. So what that is going to do is that it is going to have google.com.search, and it is going to search for test. So I hope that you have understood that how the method submit work in JavaScript. So that is going to be it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and from this tutorial on we are going to start on with a new course of topics, that is the regular expression. So in the first tutorial we are going to talk about the introduction to regular expressions, and we are going to talk about patterns and flags. Now, the question is that what is a regular expression in JavaScript? Now, regular expression are basically patterns that provides a very powerful way to search and replace in text. In JavaScript, they are available via the regexp, that stands for the regular expression object, as well as being integrated in methods of strings. Now, a regular expression, also known as the regex or just reg, consists of a pattern and optional flags. Now, there are two syntaxes that can be used to create a regular expression object. Now, in the first one, which you can see is the long one, which is right over here, you see that we have to actually create an object of the new regular expression, and it has two parameters. The first one is the pattern, and then after that you have to specify the flags. Then we also have two shorter syntax which are listed right in front of you here. The first one, which is the regexp pattern, it is the regular expression syntax where we have no flags. Then the second one is the one where we have the pattern as well as the flags. So this is actually the pattern, and these are actually the flags that can be G, M, and I. Now, what is this G, M, I? These are actually the flags. This G is a separate flag, this M is a separate flag, and this I is also a separate flag, which we are going to discuss later. Now these slashes actually tell JavaScript that we are creating a regular expression. Now if you can see over here, then you can see that we have to specify slashes, and inside that you have to write in the pattern, whereas for the flags you also have to specify these brackets here, which means that the journal format looks something like this. And inside that, you have to write in whatever you want to write in. That can be either the pattern or the flags. Now, actually, these slashes tell JavaScript that we are creating a regular expression. Now, in the very same way, when you write double quotes, this means that you are about to write in a string. So, as the strings told JavaScript that you are about to, as the quotes actually tell JavaScript that you are going to deal with strings now, so these backslashes actually going to tell JavaScript that you are going to now create a regular expression. Now, in both cases, the regex becomes an instance of the built-in class, which is this right over here, that is the regex class. Now, the main difference between these two syntaxes is that pattern uses slashes and it does not allow for expressions to be inserted. They are fully static. Now, we are going to deal that in the future. Then comes that slashes are used when we know the regular expression at the code writing time, and that's the most common situation. Now, while the new regex is more often used when we need to create a regex on the fly from a dynamically generated a string. So, for example, if you want to have something like this, right down here, we are going to, let's just say, have let tag, and we are going to make it equal to prompt, and we are going to have what tag do you want to find? And after that, what we are going to do is that we are going to specify h2. So right here, what we are going to do is that we are going to create the regex here, and we are going to make it equal to the new regular expression class. And inside that, you have to specify the tag. So right here, what we are going to do is that we are going to have a dollar sign. And after the dollar sign, you have to specify this tag. So we will just have this tag over here. And now it is going to be the same as the h2 if answered h2 in the prompt above. So now let's just talk about the flags we have in regular expression. Now, regular expression may have flags that affect the search. There are only 6 of them in JavaScript, which are listed right here. Now, the first one is the I flag. Now, with this flag, the search is actually case insensitive. No difference is considered between a capital A and a small a. So, we are going to see the examples later. Then we have the G flag. Now, with this flag, the search looks for all matches without it. Only the first match is returned. Then for the M, it is actually the multi-line mode, which we are going to cover later. Then the have the S that enables the dot all mode that allows a dot to match new line character. Then we have U that enables the full Unicode support. And now the flag enables correct processing of surrogate pairs, which we are going to discuss later. Then we have the last one, that is Y, that is the sticky mode, searching at the exact position in the text. Now we are going to cover all of them in very detail one by one in the later tutorial, so don't worry about that. All you need to now understand is their basic purposes. We are going to discuss them in very detail later. So let's just talk about now the searching pattern for how the str.match work. Now, as mentioned previously, regular expressions are integrated with string methods. So the method string.match with regular expression in its parameter is going to find all matches of regular expression in the string str. So it has actually 3 working modes. The first one is that if the regular expression has a flag G, it is going to return an array of all matches. So let's just remove this from here. I hope that you have understood the basics of the regular expression. So right here, we are going to create a string that is going to be we will, we will rock you. I hope that you know that this is the lyrics of a song. And after that, you have to write in here alert and you have to write in the string.match. Now, after that, right here, you have to actually specify the pattern as well as the flags. So the pattern which we are going to specify is going to be inside these two, and the flag is going to be inside these two. So right here, inside here, we are going to write in the pattern which we want to search. So let's just say that we want to search for WE. And after that, we are going to specify G and I. So what that is going to do is that it is going to have an array of two substrings that match. So if you, and we don't need this here for now, we will just save this. And if you now refresh your browser, you can see that it says we and it says we. So it has actually returned an array of two substrings that match. So please note that we and we are found because flag I makes the regular expression case insensitive. As you can see that we have specified I here. So that makes the research actually case insensitive, so that's why it also looked for we with a small w and we with a capital W as well. Now the second case is that if there is no such flag, it is going to return only the first match in the form of an array with a full match at index 0 and some additional details in properties. So for example, we don't have any flag, we just want to make it case insensitive. And right now, if you actually, we have specified it without the flag G now, as you can see. So what we are going to do is that we will no longer alert it out, but we are going to store this in a result and remove this bracket from here. And right here now we are going to write an alert and we are going to have result 0. So if you run this code, what it is going to do is that it is going to give you this first V with the capital W. Now capital W and small w doesn't matter because we have specified this I tag, which makes it actually case insensitive. Now if you write in alert and you write in result dot length, then it is going to actually give you 1 as the result. Whereas if you write here, write in alert and result dot index, then it is going to give you 0, that is position of the match. And after that, if you write in alert and write in result dot input, then it is going to give you we will rock you, that is the source string. So as I told you that if there is no flag, it is going to return the first match in the form of an array with the full match at index 0 and some additional detail in properties. So these are actually the details. We can get the length, we can get the index, and we can get the input as well. So if you refresh this page, you can see that at the first alert we have the v, that is actually the match, then the length is 1, then we have got result.index at 0, that is the position of the match, and after that you have got result.input, that is the source string, which is the lyrics of this song we have here, that is we will rock you. Now the array may have other indexes besides 0 if a part of the regular expression is enclosed in parentheses, but we are going to cover that later in the topic where we are going to talk about capturing groups. Now, the third format which we are going to talk about is that if there are no matches, then null is actually going to be written. Now, there is a very important nuance in that. Now, if there are no matches, we don't receive an empty array, but instead we receive null. So, forgetting about that may lead to actually errors. So, what here is that let's just say that we want to search for GAPE gate. Now you can see that we don't have any gate over here. So right now you can see that you have only this I. So now if you want to, let's just say, print out the length, then that is going to be something 0. So let's just refresh that and see the output here. You can see that if you refresh this, it is going to generate errors for now because you now have no access to the properties, but you are trying to access them because we have null inside that. So that's why it is actually not going to read the property that is the length of null. So I hope that you have understood that as well. Then comes the part where you can actually now, or up till now, you have seen of how to actually find a match only. Now what we are going to do is that we are going to see how to actually replace a match. So for that, we have the string.replace method, which has two parameters. The first one is the regular expression and the second one is the replacement. So it is going to replace the match found using the regular expression in the string with the second parameter we specify as the replacement. So for instance, right here we are going to have we will and we will, and after that we are going to call in dot replace, and first we are going to write in we I, which is actually the regular expression we want to replace with, and I want to replace it with I. So now if we just remove everything from here and right here, if you simply write in here alert str, save this, and you just refresh your code, you're going to see that it is going to say I will and then it is going to say we will. So as you can see over here, it is only going to replace the first replacement. So the second argument is actually the replacement string, as you can see here. Now we can use special character combination into it to actually insert fragments of the match as well. Now for the fragments, we have certain ones. Let's just see them. So in the fragments, we have the first one is the dollar sign and the and sign. Now it is actually going to insert the whole match. Now the second one is the one with a dollar sign and then a forward tick. So it is going to insert a part of the string before the match, and it can also have it help you insert a part of the string after the match as well. But for that you have to actually specify this. So if you have a dollar sign with a forward tick, then it is going to help you insert a part of the string before the match. Whereas for the second one, where you have the single quote, and it is going to help you insert a part of the string after the match. Then we also have the dollar sign and then n. That is, if the n is a 1 to 2 digit number, then it inserts the content of nth parenthesis. We are going to discuss more about it in the part where we are going to talk about capturing groups. Then we have the one that is a dollar sign, then name inside. It is going to insert the contents of the parenthesis with the given name, and after that we have the one with $2 sign that is going to insert character dollar. So the first one was, we just deleted that, is the dollar sign and the and sign that inserts the whole match. So this is the str.replace, where you can have the special character combination to insert fragments of the match using these symbols right in front of you. Then the last part we are going to talk about in this tutorial is the test. Now for that, we have actually the function that is the regular expression dot test, and in the parameters you have to specify the string, and it looks for at least one match. If found, return true, otherwise it is going to return false. So let's just say that we have the string here, so we will have this only. So we have the string here and we are going to write in let the regular expression is going to equal to, and we want to search for we with it as case sensitive. So right here we are going to simply write an alert regular expression dot test and specify string as the parameter. So since the match is found, it is going to actually return true. So that's how you can actually have the testing parts. So later in the regular expression part, we will study more about regular expression, walk through more example, and also meet other methods. So that is what we have covered so far about uh, regular expression. We have talked about patterns and we have talked about flags and certain methods as well. So there is a lot more to come about regular expressions in the future tutorials, so stay tuned for that. For this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about regular expressions in JavaScript. In this tutorial, we are going to talk about character classes. So just consider a practical example where we have a phone number that, let's just say, looks something like this, where we have a plus sign and we have 7. That is actually the kind of country code, and after that you have 903, which is also a part of the country code, and after that you have let's just say dash sign 1 2 3 4 5 and then 6 7. So let's just see that you have this strange kind of number, and what we need to do is that we need to turn it into pure numbers that look something like like this, where we have, let's just say, 7903, and after that we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. So we want to convert this into a pure number. Now to do so, we can find and remove anything that is not a number. Now character classes are going to help us with that. Now a character class is a special notation that matches any symbol from a certain set. For the start, let's explore the digit class. So the digit class is basically something that is written like this, d with this slash. So just quote it in comments so that it does not generate any error for us. So this is how we write the digit class, and it corresponds to any single digit. For instance, to find the first digit in this phone number we have here, what we are going to do is we'll just comment this out, and right here what we are going to do is that we are not going to do that here, but we are going to do it right here. We are going to have str, and we are going to make it equal to this number we have, and we will just remove this from here, and this is actually the output we are going to achieve at the very end. So for now, if we want to use the digit class, then as I told you that the digit class corresponds to any single digit. So if you have let regular expression and you make it equal to, this is going to be the pattern where you have to write in pattern, and this is going to be the digit class inside that pattern part. So right here, if you write in alert and you write in str dot match, and you're going to check for any match that has been found. So as I told you that what this digit class is going to do is that it is going to give you the first character because it corresponds to a single digit, which is a 7 in this case, which is actually the first one. Now without the flag G, the regular expression only looks for the first match. That is the first digit found using the digit class. So if you add the G flag, what that is going to do is that it is going to give you an array of matches like this. So if you have G here, that is the flag, and now if you save this page and now refresh this, all right, it says some kind of error. Yes, this G should be inside this, and I think it is now going to be good. Let's just refresh this now. Yes, my bad. There should be no backslash after this, and now I think it is going to work perfectly. Yes, it does. And as you can see that it actually generated an array of matches that is exactly the numbers we are looking for. But now as you can see that it is actually an array of the numbers one by one. What we want to do is that we want to get a separate numbers. Now to do that, what we can do after this is that we'll just remove this alert statement from here. And right here, what we are going to do is that we are going to have alert, and we are going to have, or we are going to call the the join function right over here, where we can have join, and we want to join this array using nothing. So this is actually going to do our job. All we need to do is that add the alert statement back and save this, and now refresh that, and as you can see that we have actually obtained the number which we were looking for. So actually that was the character class for a digit. Now there are other classes as well. Now most of these includes the digit which we have just covered. Now a digit is a character from 0 to 9. Then we have the one with S, that is for from the space. Now a space symbol, it can include spaces, it can include the tabs with a slash t, new lines with a slash n, and few other rare characters such as the slash v, slash f, and slash r. And the last one is the slash w, which is from word. Now it is a wordly character, either a letter of Latin alphabet or a digit or an underscore. Non-Latin characters like Cyrillic or the other languages do not belong to the slash w. Now, for instance, these three patterns means a digit followed by a space character followed by a wordly character such as 1a. Now, a regular expression may contain both regular symbols and character classes. For instance, if we have a string, let's just say, and that can have, let's just say, both, so it can be is, there, CSS4. Now you can see here that we have CSS with a digit after it. So if you have, we don't need this anymore. We will just remove this from here. So in here, if we have CSS and after that we specify this D, and this is what we are looking for. And now if you want to call in the string dot match, we don't need this join anymore. So if you run this, what that is going to do is that it is going to give you the entire CSS4. Now also we can use many character classes, like we can have like alert, and we can have I love, and I can have HTML5, and we can have the match function called right in here, where we can have multiple classes called upon. This is going to be the pattern, and right inside that you can have the S, you can have, let's just say, a lot of W's, then you can have a D as well. So what that is going to do is that it is going to give you the HTML5. So I hope that you have understood that. So in the HTML5, what this H is going to give you is this H. Sorry, this first one, that is the S, is going to give you this H, and so on until the end. Then there is a concept about inverse classes as well. Now for every character class, there exists an inverse class denoted with the same letter but uppercase. Now the inverse means that it matches all other characters, for instance. So if you just remove this from here and have our previous classes, now if you replace them with capital letters, then these are actually known as the inverse classes. The first one is the slash D. Now for the small d, it was the digit class. Now for the slash capital D, it is the non-digit class. So any character except the slash small d, for instance, is a letter here. Then for the forward slash L, it is the non-space, and for the W, it is the non-wordly characters. So in the very start of this tutorial, we saw how to make a number-only phone number from a string, and we actually find all the digits and we actually joined them. So right here, if you do that, let's just remove this from here, and let's just have str, and we are going to make it equal to the number we had before, str. It was 903, then dash 123 dash 45 dash 67. So we need to just remove this dash from here, and this was the number we had. Now in the previous case, when you alerted str dot match, and you have inside here the D followed by a G, and you called in the dot join function on them, then it actually gave you the number that looks something like this. That was 7903123456 7. Now if you actually replace this over here with a capital D, or let's just be it, and right down here we are going to have alert, and we are going to have string dot replace, and we are going to replace this with followed by a G and have this over here. Then what that is going to do is that it is going to directly give us the number that was the number we required. So that was an alternative, or a shorter way is to find non-digits and remove them from the string. So what this is actually going to do is, sorry, this one over here, it is actually going to look for numbers. It is going to look for 7, it is going to look for 9, it is going to look for 0, then 3, and then so on until this 7 over here, and print them out right here. But what this one over here is going to do with a slash d, it is going to look for non-digit numbers. So it is going to look for this plus sign, it is going to look for this opening bracket, this closing bracket, and these three dashes right here, and it is going to actually remove them. So when it removed them, this was actually what we got. So that's how actually you can use the inverse class as well in the regular expression. Then there is that a dot is any character. Now a dot is a special character class that matches any character except a new line. So for instance, if you have alert and inside you have z dot match, and you just write in a dot inside that, then it is actually going to give you the output as this z. So in the middle of regular expression, if you have a dot operator like this, for example, if you have cs dot 4, now you can see that you have a regular expression inside that, and you want to call in the dot match, and inside that you have to write in css, and you have to write in 4. So what that is going to do is that if you run this, it is going to actually give you CSS4. Whereas if you have, let's just say, a dash operator inside here, then it is going to give you the CS-4. Whereas if you have a space here, then what that is going to do is that it is going to give you CS-4. That it is going to actually treat space also as a character, but in case of dot, it showed the special property where if you inserted this dot here, then actually it is going to give you CSS4, which means that a dot is also any character. So please note that a dot means any character, but not the absence of a character. There must be a character actually to actually match the dot. So if you have CS dot 4, now you can see that right here to match this dot, which is actually the third letter, you have this S over here. But let's just say that you just remove this from here, which means that you want to match CS dot 4 with CS4. Now you can see that these are actually 4 letters because a dot, as I told you, is some character. And right here you are matching it with 3 characters. So that is going to return null as the output because no match, because there is no character for the dot operator. Now by default a dot does not match the new line character. For instance, the if you have something like this, that you have alert, and inside that you have, let's just say, a forward line n, which means that you want to match a new line with dot. So if you have dot b dot match, and inside that if you have, let's just say, a dot b, then actually this statement over here is going to give you null because there was a no match found. Now there are many situations when we would like a dot to mean literally any character, a new line included. So that's what a flag s does. If a regular expression has the flag s, then a dot matches literally any character you specify. So to do that, you have to have this s over here, and now it is actually going to return a match, and the output is going to be exactly this, which is right this. So this means that now this forward slash n and this dot are actually equal. Not only this, but whatever you specify in here, in the previous case it was the s in the css4. So that's how, using the s flag, you can actually make this happen. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered so far. We have talked about certain character classes and also their inverse methods. So that is all. Thank you so much, guys, for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to talk about Unicode, and in Unicode we are going to talk about the flag U and the class slash p. Now, JavaScript uses in Unicode encoding for strings. Most characters are encoded with 2 bytes, but that allowed to represent at most 65536 characters. Now, this range is not big enough to encode all possible characters. That is why some rare characters are encoded with 4 bytes. For instance, like the mathematical X or the smile emoji, that are some hieroglyphs and so on are the characters which do not get encoded with 2 bytes. You need 4 bytes to encode them. So right in front of you, you can see some characters with their Unicode bytes and the count in the Unicode byte. Now for the first two, you can see that they are actually stored in 2 bytes. But for the last three, that is the mathematical X, the mathematical Y, and the smile emoji, you can see for the last three, you can see that the count in Unicode is actually 4. So basically, what that is going to do is that the characters A and the equality occupies 2, whereas the other three occupies 4 bytes. Now, long time ago, when JavaScript language was created, Unicode encoding was very simple. There was no 4-byte characters, so some language features still handle them incorrectly. For instance, the length thinks that there are two characters. So if you try to alert this symbol, so right now, if we have alert and we just copy this and paste it and write in the dot length on this, and we just have it here. And I think we have to have this inside this and just remove this from here. And right here, we are going to have this for this. All right, now it is, I think, going to be good. Yes, we have to do one thing, is that we have to actually encode this in quotation marks. So now just save it and refresh your browser, and you can see that it says that the length is 2, whereas we only have one symbol here. So as you can see that there is actually one, but what the language is telling us that there is two, that the length is 2. So the point is that length treat 4 bytes as a 2-byte characters. Now that is incorrect because they must be considered only together, the so-called surrogate pair, which you have studied in the topic strings. Now by default, a regular expression also treats 4-byte long character as a pair of 2-byte ones. As it happens with string, they may lead to odd results, which we are going to discuss later. Now, unlike string, regular expressions have the flag U that fixes such problems. With such flag, a regular expression handles 4-byte characters correctly, and also Unicode property search becomes available. So we will get to it next. Then we are going to talk about the Unicode property, that is the slash p. Now, every character in Unicode has a lot of properties. They describe what category the character belongs to, that also contain the miscellaneous information about it. Now, for instance, if a character has the letter property, it means that the character belongs to an alphabet that can be of any language. And number property mean that it is a digit, maybe may it be the Arabic digit or the Chinese and so on. Now we can search for characters with a property that is written as the slash p. Now to use the slash p, a regular expression must have the flag u. So for instance, let's just say that we will just remove this from here and this one as well. So we'll just move it down a bit, and right here, if you have, let's just say, a string that is equal to this. Now you can see that there is a capital A, and after that you have got two string symbols. So if you alert the str dot match here, and inside the pattern you use the slash p, and the slash p should have format that looks something like this. You have to follow it with curly brackets. And right here, if you write in L and after that you specify GU. Now, as I told you that U is actually essential. So now if you run this code, what that is going to do is that it is going to give you this as the output. Whereas if you try to alert and call upon the str dot match, and inside the pattern slashes, you write in slash p, and right here you write in L, but you forget to use the U flag, then what that is going to do is that it is going to actually return null because there is no match found, because the slash p does not work without the flag U. So now let's just talk about the main character categories and their subcategories, which are listed right here. The first category is the lowercase l. Now, inside the lowercase l, we have certain subcategories. The first one is the lowercase, then we have the modifier, we have the title case, we have the uppercase, and we have others as well. Now, for the letter, you can see we have this L, which we have used over here as well with this slash p here. Now, if since these are actually letters, now if they were, let's just say, uppercase letters, or you can say modifiers or a title case or others, then you have to specify these categories accordingly. Now, since we have specified this entire category L, which means that this over here is now going to use all of these subcategories, these that are five, that are listed inside the letter category. So then after that, the second category is the number category that has three subcategories that includes the decimal digit, the letter number, and other. Now, in front of everyone, we have got the symbols for these, that are these. Now, the third category is the punctuation that has, I guess, seven subcategories: the connector, the dash, the initial code, the final code, open, close, and others. And after that, we have the mark category that has the spacing combination, the enclosing, and the non-spacing. Then we have the symbol that has the currency, modifier, math, and other. Then we have the separator that has the line, paragraph, and space. And in the last one, we have the control, we have the format, we have the non-assigned, and we have private use, and we have the surrogate. So, for example, if we need letters in lowercase, we can write the L, we can have the punctuation signs using P, and so on. Now, there are also some deprived categories which we have listed as well here. The first one is the alphabetic, that is the alpha, that includes the letters L plus letter numbers, that has NL, which is listed right here, this one over here. So it includes, as I told you, letters. This one over here includes letters. It includes the letter numbers that has an L as the symbol, plus some other symbols that include other alphabetical characters. Now, in the second class, we have the hex digit that includes hexadecimal digits from 0 to 9 and from small a to small f, and so on. Now, Unicode supports many different properties as well, which you can actually go on and Google yourself. There are a lot of properties which Unicode actually supports. So let's just see an example of a hexadecimal number. For instance, if we look for hexadecimal number written as XFF, where F is a hexadecimal digit that can be from 0 to 9 or A to F. Now, a hexadecimal digit can be denoted using the slash p, and in the parentheses you have to write in hex digit, which is right here. So let's just say that you have a regular expression. And before we code that, we will just remove the code we have at the top here. So moving down back here, so let's just say that we have a regular expression, and this regular expression is going to equal to slash p, and in the parenthesis what you are going to write in that you are going to use this over here. So we will just copy this from here and we will have it pasted right over here. That is the hexadecimal digit. Now right here you can have backslash p again, and inside that you can have hexadecimal digit forward slash and u is must. Now if you right here try to alert the number, that is XAF, and you want to call in the match function on this, and inside the match function you are going to write in regular expressions. So if you run this code, it is going to give you right here. Yes, we missed this X over here. Now this X is actually going to match this, and this A is going to actually match this. That is the first hexadecimal digit, and this F is going to match this second digit. And this should be not a slash, but it should be a dot function to call the match function. And now if you refresh your browser, you can see that you have got XAF, which is the exact match. So I hope that you have understood that. Now in the very same way, you can go on and match anything. You can actually try on some of these for sure. That is going to help you get a grip on Unicode characters. So that was it. What we have studied is that flag U enables the support of Unicode in regular expression. That means two things. First, characters of 4 bytes are handled correctly as a single character, not two-byte characters. And the second thing was that Unicode properties can be used in the search using the slash p. So with Unicode properties, we can look for words in given languages, special characters, codes, currencies, and so on. So that is it with this tutorial. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about regular expressions in JavaScript. In this tutorial, we are going to talk about anchors, and we are going to talk about string start and end. Now the caret sign, which you can see right here with start, and the dollar sign, which you can see here with the end, have special meaning in a regular expression. Now they are called anchors in JavaScript. Now the caret actually matches at the beginning of the text, and the dollar sign matches the text at the end of the string. So for example, if we have, just remove this from here, and let's just say that we have a string that is equal to Mary had a little lamb. So now if you want to use the two functions, so if you try to write in alert and inside the brackets you use the caret sign, then you want to check for Mary and you want to call in the dot test with str here, then this statement over here is going to return true. Now what this statement over here means that you are actually having the string start and then Mary. So you are checking if the string starts with Mary or not. Now since it does, so that's why it is going to return true. So if you run this, you can see that it says true. Now for the second one, if you want to check if this actually ends with a specific word or not, so for that, let's just say that we want to check if it ends with lamb. So you have to first write in lamb, that is the characters sequence you want to check, and after that you have to specify the dollar sign. Now in case of the start, you have to provide the caret start before you start writing the text. So that is going to be it. Now this is also going to return true as well, since the text over here actually ends with lamb. So in these particular cases, we could actually use the string methods that includes the starts with and ends with instead. Regular expression should be used for more complex text. These are very simple examples where I have shown you how to actually use them. But in very complex cases, you can actually use these two anchors. Then comes how to test for a full match. Now, both the anchors are often used to test whether or not a string fully matches the pattern or not. For instance, to let's just say check if the user is in the right format or not, what we are going to do is that we will have good input. That is going to be a time. That is going to be, let's just say, 12:34, and let's just say that we have a bad input as well, and in the bad input we have 345, which is a bad input for a time. Now right here we are going to have the regular expression that is going to equal to caret, which means that we want to check for the start. Then we are going to have slash d colon slash d, and we are going to specify dollar sign here. So we did it wrong. It should be these slashes right here, and right here as well. And now it is good. So we are actually here checking whether or not a string is in a specific format or not. Now that is 2 digits, then a colon, and it is then followed by 2 digits again. So in regular expression, it is going to look something like this: D colon D, BD, and colon DD. So what we are going to check now is that right here we are going to write an alert, and we are going to have regular expression dot test, and we are going to check it for the good input, and we are also going to check the regular expression for the bad input as well. So if you save this and go towards the browser, refresh this. For the first one, it is going to say true, and for the second one, it is going to be false, but we have to add the test method here. And now let's just run it. So run this, true for the first one, false for the second one. So here the match must start exactly after the beginning of the text, and the end must immediately follow. The whole string must be exactly in this format. If there is any deviation or any extra character, the result is going to be false. Now, anchors behave differently if flag M is present. We are going to see that later. So, one thing you need to understand before we quit on is that anchors have zero weight. Now, anchors are basically tests. They have zero weight. In other words, they do not match a character, but rather force the regular expression engine to check the condition, that is the text start or end. So right here you have seen how to actually test for a complete match using this symbol at the start and this symbol at the end. It is going to look for exactly this format which you have specified right here, that is DD colon DD, which means digit digit colon digit digit. Anything else, if it's present like this 5 here, that is extra over here, it is actually going to give you false as the result. So that's all about anchors. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about regular expressions in JavaScript. In the previous tutorial, we talked about the anchors, and we talked about two anchors: the start anchor, that was the caret sign, and the end anchor, that was the dollar sign. In this tutorial, we are going to talk about the multi-line mode of those two anchors we covered in the previous tutorial. Now, the multi-line mode is actually enabled by using the flag M. Now, it only affects the behavior of the caret and the dollar sign. In the multi-line mode, they match not only at the beginning and the end of the string, but also at the start or at the end of the line. So first we are going to see that how we are going to search at the line start using the caret sign. So what here we are going to do at the very start is that we are going to have a string, and it is going to be a multi-line string where we are going to have first place is going to be Winnie, then we are going to have second place, that is going to be Piglet, and we are going to have third place, that is going to be this. So just add an equal sign over here, and that is the string we have over here. So right now if you have alert and you call upon string dot not character add but the match method, and inside the match method what you are going to do is that you are going to specify the caret sign, that is the anchor for start match, then the D sign, and after that you have to specify the M flag. So when you specify the N flag, now that is going to be the multi-line mode of the start anchor. So if you refresh this page and see the output for this, you can see that you have the output as 1, 2, and 3. Now, without the flag M, what this thing is going to give you, it is going to give you only the first letter or a digit, you can call it, that is going to be 1. Whereas if you specified M, which is the multi-line mode, it is going to give you all the character. Now, the reason behind that is by default, a caret only matches the beginning of the text, and in the multi-line mode, it is going to have the start of any line. Now, the start of any line formally means immediately after a line break, the test in multi-line mode matches at all positions preceded by a new line character. So this is going to be treated as a single line. After that, since we are moving to a new line, so that's why it is going to treat it as the slash n, which means a new line character, and this is going to be a separate line, and this is going to be a separate line. So that's why this line over here is going to generate the output as 1. This one is going to generate the output as 2, and this one is going to generate the output as 3. So now the second part of this tutorial is to how search at the end of the line. Now to do that, what we are going to have is that we are going to have Winnie colon 1, then we are going to have Piglet colon 2, and this colon 3, and we will just remove this from here and this one as well. So we have these three. Now what we are going to do is that we are going to call upon the string dot match. We will just remove this from here. We don't need that. And after this D, we are going to specify the dollar sign. Now the dollar sign behaves differently. The regular expression, that is the slash D and dollar sign, finds the last digit in every line. So now since you can see that we have the 1, 2, 3 at the end of the lines, so now it is going to give you the numbers in that pattern, that is 2 and 3. That should not be it. So let's just click here and you can see that it is actually now matching this space. So we will just remove this space from here, and yes, we have now no more spaces, and now it is going to give you 1, 2, and 3. So that's how it works. Now, without the flag M, the dollar sign would only match the end of the whole text. So only the very last digit would be found. So the end of the line formally means immediately before a line break. So the test in multi-line mode matches at all positions succeeded by a new line character and at the text end. Then we have for how to search for the slash n instead of the two anchors that are the caret and the dollar anchor. Now to find a new line, we can use not only anchors but also the new line characters. Now what is basically the difference between these two? Now the difference is that in here, if you write in the slash n, and we don't need the multi-line mode here, and you run this code, you're going to see that you have one, and then you have a new line space, then a colon, then you have two, then after that you have again a new line space. Now, as you can see here, there are two matches instead of three. Now, the reason behind that is that there is no new line after the third one, that is this one over here. So since there is no line from after that, so there is text and those, so it matches the dollar sign. Another difference is that now every match includes a new line character as well. Unlike the anchors that only test the condition, that is the start or end of a line, the new line /n is a character, so it becomes a part of the result. So a /n in the pattern is used when we need new line characters in the result, while anchors are used to find something at the beginning or end of the line. So I hope that you have understood the difference between using the /n and the use of anchors. And you have also seen the difference between the output for how to use multi-line modes with anchors and for how to use this /n over here. So that is it with this tutorial. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about regular expressions in JavaScript. In this tutorial, we are going to talk about the work boundary that is represented using the /b. Now, a work boundary is basically a test, just like the anchors which we have covered in the previous tutorials. Now, when the regular expression engine comes across the work boundary, it checks that the position in the string is a work boundary. Now, there are three different positions that qualify as work boundaries. The first one is the string start, if the first string character is a word character. Then the second work boundary is, sorry, the position is between two characters in the string where one is a word character and the other is not. And the third position is the string and if the last string character is a word character. So for instance, let's just say that you have something like an alert statement here, and inside the alert statement you have hello, a comma space Java. So on this one, if you write in dot match here, and inside the pattern you use the /b, you use Java, and then again you use /p, then what that is going to do is that, since as I told you it is going to give you the match, so it is going to give you Java as the output. Now if you want to have JavaScript over here, and what you are matching is over here Java, so this over here is actually going to return null. Now, in the string hello Java, if you talk about this one only, then actually you have a certain position that corresponds to the work boundary. The first one is the start of the string here. Then we have this comma here. After that, we have again the start of the string here, and then we have the end of the string. So these are the three positions that are the start of the text, which are these two, and then the end of the text, which are this one and this one over here. So it matches the pattern. If we have something like hello here, so it is going to match this pattern because at the beginning of the string is going to match the first test, that is the work boundary. Then it is going to match the word hello, and after that the test work boundary matches again. So we are between O and a comma. So the pattern which we have here is going to actually match, but if you have, let's just say HELL, because there is no work boundary after L and not Java and work boundary, so the exclamation, so here it is actually going to be since there is no work boundary after it, so that's why it is not going to be a match, because as you can see that we have a work boundary after O, since this comma is not going to be treated as a character, and then we have a work boundary after this, and we have a work boundary here, and we have a work boundary here. So if you try to write an HELL and after that you want to check if there is a work boundary, but since after this L we have a character O and not a work boundary, so that's why this over here is going to return null. So if you have hello, it is going to give you the output here as hello. But if you have HELL, then it is not going to give you the output. Now, in the same way, let's just say that you have an exclamation mark over here. Then the exclamation mark is not a wordly character, so there is no work boundary after it as well. We have the work boundary here after this A and not after this exclamation mark. So if you want to check Java and you output this, then it is going to actually run perfectly and it is going to give you Java as the output. But if you specify the exclamation mark over here, then as I told you that since this is not a wordly character, so there is no work boundary after it, but the work boundary is after this A. So that's why this over here is now going to return null as the output. So we can use the work boundary, but only with words, but with digits as well, but not with special characters. So let's just say we want to use it with words. So let's just say that we have numbers here. Sorry, we want to deal it with numbers now. We have, let's just say, 1 space 2 3 space 4 5 6 space 7 8. So now if you want to actually output something like this, where you want to check for only the work boundaries, so we will have the work boundary, and let's just say after that we want to check if there is a digit, after that a digit, and then after that we have a work boundary, specify G. And if you now run this code, it is going to give you 2 3 and 7 8 as the output. So what that is going to do is that it is going to look for anything with this pattern, which means a work boundary at the start, work boundary at the end, with two characters in between. Now as you can see here, that since there is a space here, which means that the work boundary after this one has ended. Now 2 is actually, we have a work boundary before 2 and we have a work boundary after 3 as well. So this is actually the match that matches this pattern, whereas this is also the match that matches this pattern over here. So these two are going to be the output in that case. So if you have, let's just say, 1 2 over here as well, then the output is also going to get updated something like this, because now this also matches the pattern right over here. So I hope that you have understood. So work boundary does not work for non-latent alphabets. So if you want to check that there should be a word on one side from the position and not work on the other side. So the work word characters means a latent letter A to Z, or a digit or an underscore. So the test doesn't work for other characters, for example, the Cyrillic letters or the hieroglyphs. So it is a must that you must have a wordly character, not a Cyrillic letter or hieroglyph. So I hope that you have understood the concept of work boundary in JavaScript. That is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about regular expressions in JavaScript. And in this tutorial, we are going to talk about escaping and special characters. Now, as we have seen that a backslash is used to denote character classes. For example, you have talked about the backslash t. So it is actually a special character in a regular expression. Now there are other special characters as well that have special meaning in a regular expression, which are listed right in front of you. The first one is this square brackets, then we have these curly brackets, the round brackets, the backslash, the caret sign, the dollar sign, the dot operator, this symbol, then the question mark, the steric, and plus. Now we have covered almost many of these before. They are actually used to do more powerful searches. Now you don't have to try to remember the list. Soon we are going to deal with all of them. And I'm sure that you are going to know all of these by heart automatically. So let's just talk about the first part of this tutorial where we are going to talk about escaping. Now let's just say that we want to find literally a dot, not any character, but just a dot. Now to use a special character as a regular one, we have to prepend it with a backslash as well. That is also called as escaping a character. So for example, so just remove these from here and let's just say that you have an alert statement where you have a string that is chapter 5.1. So if you call in the match on this, so the pattern here is going to be something like backslash t, then it is going to be the backslash dot, then it is going to be backslash d. Now, if you run this code, it is going to give you 5.1 as the output, not 5 colon 1, but it is going to be 5.1. That is going to be a match. But if you have, let's just say chapter 511, and then now you try to run it, it is going to give you null, which means that it is actually looking for a real dot because you have prepended a dot with a backslash. Now parentheses are also special characters, so if we want them, we can also use the backslash, the open circular brackets, and then a dot operator as well. So for example, inside here, in place of this, if we have a function g dot match, and inside the match we are going to have backslash g, and after that it is going to be backslash text. So if you run this code, it is going to give you the function as the output. We don't need this, and I guess we need to have one more bracket here, and now it is going to be good. And one more thing which we have to do over here is that we have to actually enclose these into brackets, and now I guess we don't need this bracket over here. So now this what that is going to do is that it is actually going to give us the output which we require, and all you have to do is that you have to add this mark over here followed by this bracket, and now what that is going to do is that it is going to give you the function as the output, that is g in this case. Now if you're looking for a backslash, then it is a special character in both the regular strings and regular expression. So what we have to do is that we have to actually double it. So let's just say that if we are looking for a backslash, that is something like this, which means that we want to look for this match. Now to have this match, now inside this, what you are going to do is that right inside here, you have to specify these two brackets, and that is actually going to do your job. You have to add the bracket for the alert statement, and when you run this code, what that is going to do is that it is going to give you the output as a single backslash, because one of this backslash is for the is for actually the regular expression part, and this one is for the matching. So if you have two of these, then actually that is not going to work because you have to then add one more over here. And when you add one more over here, what that is going to do is that it is going to give you these two as the output. So I hope that you have understood that. Then comes how to have a slash symbol. Now, a slash symbol is not a special character, but in JavaScript, it is used to open and close the regular expression pattern. So we should escape it too. Now, to have it, let's just say that we have a slash here, and we want to have a match of this. Now, to have a match of this, what we are going to do is that you are going to have the slash slash, and inside that you are going to have slash, and this is going to be the slash that is going to be for the output slash, and actually it is going to give you this as the output. So you can see that how prepending a backslash is helping you out to deal with the to deal with actually how to escape the special characters of regular expression. Now on the other hand, if you are not using the regular expression here, but you are actually creating a regular expression using the new regular expression syntax, which we have talked about in the first tutorial of regular expression, then we don't need to escape it. We can just write it in the very same way, where we have to simply write in dot match, and inside the parenthesis for match you have to write in new regular expression, and inside that you don't have to write in the you don't have to prepend anything here. You have to just write in the backslash, and that is going to do your job. So if we are creating a regular expression with a new regular expression, then as I told you that we don't have to escape, but we need to do some other escaping. So for instance, let me just remove this from here, and let's just say that we have a regular expression that is equal to not a mu but a new regular expression, and inside that we have a slash d slash dot slash d. So that was for the chapters example. So right here, if you want to have alert and you want to have chapter 5.1 dot match, and in the match you have to simply write in the regular expression. But now if you run this code, what that is going to do is that it is going to give null. Now the similar search in one of the previous example worked when we use the slash d slash dot and slash d, but when you are using the new regular expression pattern here with the same pattern for regular expression, that is slash d slash dot and slash d, it doesn't work. Now the question is why? Now the reason is that backslashes are consumed by a string. Now as we may recall, regular strings have their own special characters such as the slash n, and a backslash is actually used for escaping them. So here's how the slash d colon slash d is perceived. It is perceived something like this. It is d dot d. So string codes consume the backslashes and interpret them on their own. For instance, slash n becomes a new line character. Slash U1234 becomes the Unicode character with such code, and when there is no special meaning like slash d or slash z, then the backslash is simply removed. So using the new regular expression pattern is going to get us a string without backslashes. That's why the search here does not work. Now to fix it, we need to actually add double backslashes, because strings code are going to turn the double backslash into a single backslash. As I told you that string codes consume the backslashes and interpret them on their own. So just remove this from here, and all you have to do is that wherever you see a slash, add a pair with that so that it actually works. So now if you run this code, now it is going to run perfectly fine, and it is going to give you the output that is 5.1, which is what you want here. So it is going to give you 5.1. So I hope that you have understood how to escape characters using the shorter syntax, and also how to escape using the new regular expression syntax. So that's all we have to study in this tutorial. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to talk about sets and ranges in regular expression. Now several characters or character classes inside the square brackets mean to search for any character among given. So in the first part of this tutorial we are going to see what is a set. Now for instance, let's just say that we have a string that looks something like EAO, means any of the three characters, either A, either E, or either O. That is actually called a set. Now, sets can be used in a regular expression along with regular characters as well. So, right here, if you have an alert statement that says mop top, not a 9, but a square bracket, and now we have, let's just say, mop top, and you want to call in the match function on that, and inside the pattern you have to have, let's just say, tm, then op, and right here you have to specify gi. So what that is going to do is that it is going to give you both the mop as well as the drop. Now what it means that it is going to search for op, and it is going to search whether it starts with a T or M. So whatever characters it finds that has OP at the end and has either T or either M at the start, it is going to print them. So you can see that we have empty, we have got OP at the end, and since we have used I, so it is going to be case insensitive. So that's why it is going to give you mop as well as it is going to give you top. So please note that although there are multiple characters in the set, they corresponds to exactly one character in the match. So for example, if you have a voila here and you want to match it with we, and then you have oi la, then actually if you alert this, it is going to give you an error message, not an error message, but it is actually going to return null, which means that it is going to say that no match was found. Because the thing is that this pattern is first going to search for we. After that, it is going to be one of the letters from O or I, and after that, it is going to be LA. So, what it is going to do, it is going to be true for Vola and it is going to be true for Vila as well, but it is not going to be true for this VOILA because from this O or I, it is going to pick one character at a time. So, if you have, let's just say, Vola and voila here, then this is going to return true. If you have only voila, it is going to also return true. If you have only voila, it is also going to return true. So that is what sets are in JavaScript. In the second part of the tutorial, we are going to talk about ranges. Now, square bracket may also contain character ranges. For instance, A to Z is a character in range from A to Z, and 0 to 5 is a digit from 0 to 5. So what we have is that, let's just say that we have an alert statement, and inside that we have exception 0xaf, and we want to call in the match function on this, where we have something like x, and then inside this we are going to actually specify ranges now. So we are going to have 0 to 9 range, we are going to have A to F range, then we are also going to have, for the second one, we are going to have a range from 0 to 9, and we are going to have a range from A to F followed by a G. So what that is going to do is that it is going to have this X matched first, which is right over here. Then what it is going to do is that for this first one, A, it is going to look inside this range, that is it is 0 to 9 and A to F. And then for this F, it is going to actually search inside this second range we have specified from 0 to 9 and A to F. Now, since it is going to find it, so that's why the output is going to be XAF, which is actually a match. So here 0 to 9 A to F has two ranges. It searches for a character that is either a digit from 0 to 9 or a letter from A to F. Now if we would like to look for lower case characters as well, we can also add a range that is A to F, that is a small a and a small f, or add the flag I to make it case insensitive. Now we can also use character classes inside the ranges. So for instance, if we would like to look for a worldly character or a hyphen, then the set for that is going to be /w, that is going to be for the worldly character, and followed by a dash, and that is going to be the range for wordy characters and a hyphen. Now, combining multiple classes is also possible. You can have the slash d and slash the backslash d s and the backslash d, meaning a space character or a digit as well. So for example, let's just say that after X you have a space here. So to add a range for that, what you can have is that you can have, let's just say that it can be either backslash S or backslash D. Now, since it is a space after X, so this over here is going to be the match in that case, and it is also going to return true for this output. So I hope that you have understood that. Then we have also the multi-language as well. Now, since the character class, that is the worldly class, is a shorthand for A to Z in caps as well, 0 to 9 and an underscore, so it can't find the Chinese hieroglyphs or Cyrillic letters. So we can write a more universal pattern that looks for worldly characters in any language. Now that's easy with Unicode properties like the slash p, which we have covered in the previous tutorial, where we can specify either alpha, either the m, nd, pc, joint c, and a lot of other options which we have studied in the previous tutorial. So you can actually decipher it, and similar to the worldly characters that is represented by the backslash w, we are going to make a set of our own that includes characters with any Unicode properties from the previous tutorial where we talked about a lot. We talked about alphabetic for letters, mark M for accents, decimal number for digits, connector punctuation for underscore and similar characters, and we talked about a lot of them. So you can just go on and use them, and then it is going to not only include the Chinese letters, the hieroglyphs, the Cyrillic letters, but a lot more. Then comes the topic where we are going to talk about how to exclude ranges. Now, beside normal ranges, there are excluding ranges that look something like this, where we have these square brackets, and inside these square brackets we have the caret sign, and after not this and sign but the caret sign and dot dot dot. So it looks something like this. Now they are donated, as you can see, by a caret at the start and match any character except the given one. So for instance, if you have, let's just say that you have something like a caret sign and then you have AEYO, then it is going to match any character except AEYO. If you have, let's just say here 0 to 9, then it is going to match any character except a digit that is the same as writing the backslash with a capital D, that was the inverse class. And if you have the, let's just say here, you have the backslash S, then it is going to have any non-space character as the, which is similar to the slash backslash S, that is the inverse class with a capital S. So right here, let's just see excluding ranges with the help of an example where we have an alert statement, and inside that we have a email address that looks something like this, John123, and it is going to be at the rate of gmail.com, closing brackets, not brackets but quotations, and we are going to call in the match function on this, and inside the pattern here it is going to be a GI. And inside this pattern, what we are going to do is that we are going to add an excluding range. So in the excluding range, what you want to exclude is that you want to have slash D slash S and A to capital Z. So what that is going to do is that it is going to check for this email, and it is going to make sure that it does not have any caps, it does not have any spaces as well. So, and it should not only be a single digit as well. So that's how excluding ranges. So it is going to check for this match except these. So that's how excluding ranges in JavaScript works. The next part of this tutorial is how to use the escaping. Now, usually when we want to find exactly a special character, we need to escape it using the backslash followed by dot dot. And if we need a backslash, then we use double backslash, and so on. Now in square brackets, we can use the vast majority of special characters without escaping. Now, for example, the symbol, the dot operator, the plus operator, and the opening and closing parentheses never need escaping. Now, a hyphen is also not escaped in the beginning or the end. A caret sign is only escaped in the beginning, and the closure square bracket is always escaped. In other words, all special characters are allowed without escaping, except when they mean something for the square bracket, which means that a dot inside square bracket means just a lot. Now, the pattern dot and comma in the square bracket would look for one of the characters, either a dot or the comma. So let's just see the example for escaping with the help. Here we are going to have let regular expression is going to equal to, so let's just say that we have this regular expression where we have square brackets, and inside that we want to have the dot, we have the brackets, we have dot operator, we have the caret sign, we have the plus operator here. So if we try to alert and we want to check for, let's just say 1 plus 2 minus 3, and call in the match function on this, and inside the match function just write in regular expression, then it is actually going to match the plus operator, and after that it is going to match with the minus operator as well, which means that you are actually now escaping character. So if you decide to escape them just in case, then there would be no harm in that as well. So if you have here the, let's just say, backslash dash, then backslash, backslash, backslash here, and backslash here, then that is also going to work in the very same way and give you the very same result. So the last part of this tutorial is ranges and the flag U. Now, if there are surrogate pairs in the set, then the flag U is required for them to work correctly. So if you have, let's just say, if you want to have the match for, let's just say, the mathematical x dot match, and in the square brackets you write in the mathematical x and mathematical y, then it is going to show a strange character. The result is going to be incorrect because by default regular expression don't know about surrogate pairs. The regular expression engine thinks that the pair which you have specified, that is the x and y of mathematical, are not two but they are four characters, which means that since it is going to treat the mathematical x as two character and the mathematical y as two characters, so that's why it is going to think of them as four characters. That is the left half of mathematical x, that is going to be the first one. The right half of mathematical x is going to be the second one. Then similarly, the left half of y and the right half of y are going to be the third and fourth characters. So you can actually go on and see their codes if you have a for loop, and you see their character code, and it is actually going to return four character codes for the expression, which has something like this, where you have square brackets and you have not the normal x and y, but suppose that these are the mathematical x and the mathematical y. So if you have these mathematical x and mathematical y, and you run the for loop on that and use the character code at function, it is going to give you four codes. So what that is going to do is that it is going to actually return incorrect result. Now the solution for that is actually to use the U flag, and when you use the U flag, then everything is going to get solved and you are going to get the correct results as well. So what that is going to actually do is that, since as I told you that this mathematical x is going to give you two results and the y is also going to give you two results, but right here inside this if you have the mathematical x and mathematical y inside here, and right here you use the U flag, then what that is going to do is that it is going to store these X and Y, and let's just say that these are the character code at, and it is going to treat these two as a pair of two, which means a surrogate pair is going to be made here, and it is actually going to solve your problem for matching any characters like these. And you can see how ranges and flag you work together in case of special symbols like mathematical x or mathematical y. So that is all with this tutorial. That is all with sets and ranges. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about regular expressions in JavaScript. And in this tutorial, we are going to talk about quantifiers. So we have these quantifiers which are listed right here. That is the plus, the steric, a question mark, and finally we have an inside the curly brackets. So to understand it, let's just say that we have the very same string where we have that strange kind of number that start with +7, 903, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And what we want to do is that we want to find all the numbers in it. Now we have done it previously, but unlike before, in this tutorial, what we are going to do is that we are actually interested not in single digit, but we are interested in full numbers. So what we want here is that, let's just say that we have that number that was plus 7, then it was followed by the 903, and then it was followed by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it was followed by 6, 7. Now in here what we want to do is that we want to get the output as something like this 7, and after that we want to get the 903. After that we want to get 1, 2, 3. After that we want to get 4, 5, and after that we want to get 6, 7. So as you can see that we are actually interested in every section. We are interested in this 7 separately, we are interested in this section, then this one, and finally this one over here. So we will just remove this from here for now. Remove this as well. So a number is basically a sequence of one or more digits. Now to mark how many we need, we can append a quantifier with it. And that is exactly what we are going to study in this tutorial. So the first thing we are going to talk about is the quantity n. Now the simplest quantifier is a number in curly braces, that is the last one right over here. So a quantifier is actually appended to a character and it specifies how many we need. So it has a few advanced forms. So let's just see this with the help of an example. Now to have a 5-digit number, what we are going to have is that we are going to alert, and inside that, not this, it is going to be alert, and inside the alert we are going to have I am 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years old. So if you match this with, and inside that you have /t, and right here you're going to specify the curly brackets and write in the number of digits. So if you run it, it is going to return the output as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now this is example that shows how to look for a 5-digit numbers. Now you can add the work boundary to actually exclude longer numbers as well. So that is going to be done something like this. You have to add a work boundary here and a work boundary over here as well. That is to exclude larger numbers. Now you can also have the range like 3 to 5, which is going to check if you want to find a number from 3 to 5 digits. So we can put the limit into the curly brackets as well. So that it is going to be something like this. And now this over here is going to satisfy the range. This is also going to specify the range, whereas this is also going to specify the range because we are now talking about the numbers from 3 to 5. Now we can also omit the upper limit where we can have 3 comma and we can just remove this, which means that it is going to be minimum 3 and maximum it can be any set of numbers. So a number is actually a sequence of one or more digits in a row. So the regular expression for that looks something like this. So we don't need these work boundaries now. We will just remove these and that is also going to return true. Now for our number which we have previously, what we are going to do is that we are going to have right here, we are going to have a string that is going to equal to that number we had. And right here, we are going to have let numbers is going to equal to str dot match. And inside that match, we are going to have slash d. And inside the curly brackets right here, we are going to have 1 comma and after that we are going to specify here g, which means that we want to look inside the whole string. So if you just write in here now that you want to alert numbers, then actually you are going to get the output which you were looking for. Now how is that going to be? So let me just show you the output first and see if it works. So you can see that you have got 7, 903, then 123, then 45, and then 67, which is exactly what we were looking for using quantifiers. So what this over here is going to do is that it is going to look for digits that has the minimum of one digit and there is no maximum limit. So right here, it is going to print this 7 and it is going to output that. And after that, it is going to have 903. So it has minimum one digit and maximum 3. So maximum is not the problem with this pattern here. So it is going to give 903, then 123, then 45, and then 6, 7. And it is going to get us the output which we wanted. Now there are shorthands for most used quantifiers like the plus operator. So the plus means one or more, the same as this pattern which we have used over here. So for instance, if you have the backslash d plus, it is going to look for numbers. So in place of this completely, if you just specify the plus sign, it is going to give you the very same output which you have. Then we have a quantifier that is a question mark, which means 0 or 1. Now it is the same as writing 0 comma 1, which means minimum 0 and maximum 1. In other words, it makes the symbol optional. For instance, if you have a pattern that is OU question mark R, it looks for O followed by 0 or 1, U, and then R. So if you have a string that looks something like should I write a color or COLOUR. So now to have it, what you're going to do is that in the string dot match, you are going to add COLOU. And after that, what you're going to do is that you are going to add question mark R. And what that is going to do is that it is going to give you both the that as output, the color with O and the color with OU as well, as you can see in the output here. So it is the same as writing COLOR, and right here you can actually make it follow by the curly brackets format where you can have backslash d and 0 1. So if you run it, it is also going to give you the very same output. Then for the third quantifier that is asterisk, it means 0 or more, which means that it is something like this where you have a backslash d and it is followed by 0 comma and no maximum limit. So that is the character may repeat any times or be absent as well. So for example, if you are looking for something like this where you have 100 you have a 10, and you have 1, and you want to match this with something like this where you have backslash t. Just remove this from here, and it can be 0 and asterisk g. So what that is going to do is that it is going to give this complete set as the output for you. So I hope that you have understood the short form for how to use that. So that is going to be it with quantifiers. We have studied all of these. So the main pattern is using the n inside the curly brackets, but you can also use the short forms using the quantifiers plus steric and the question mark. So that is it with quantifiers in JavaScript. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about regular expressions in JavaScript. In this tutorial, we are going to talk about greedy and lazy quantifiers. Now, as you have studies, you have seen that quantifiers are very simple from the first sight, but in fact, they can be a bit tricky as well. We should understand how the search works very well if we plan to look for something more complex than what we have been studying so far. So let's just see this with the help of an example. So let's just see that we have a regular expression that is equal to something like this, where we have double quotes, and inside those double quotes, we have a dot operator and we have a plus operator followed by a G. Now, you can see that we have actually a we have a text, and we need to replace all the quotes with guillemot marks. So you can see that we have these quotes here inside this regular expression, and what we want to do is that we want to actually convert these double quotes into guillemets mark, which looks something like this, but with a double and startings and double ending quotes like these. Now, they are preferred for actually typography in many countries. So, for instance, if you have hello world in double quotes, then it should become hello world inside these quotes here that are known as the guillemot marks. Now, there exist other quotes also, which are the Witage, the Suisi, Polish, or we have also the Chinese. But for our task, we are going to choose these guillemot marks. So the first thing to do is to locate quoted string, and after that we can actually go on and replace them with these guillemot marks. Now, if you have a regular expression that looks something like this, that is a quote, then something, then the other quote may seem like a good fit, but it is not. So right down here, if you have let str, and that is equal to which and her broom is 1. So right down here, if you try to alert the str dot match and write in the regular expression over here, then what that is going to give you is the which and her broom as the output. So we can see that it works not as intended. Instead of finding two matches that are the witch and the broom, it finds one that is witch, and after that it finds and her broom. So this can be described as that greediness is the cause of all evil. So in the first part of this tutorial, we are going to actually talk about what is a greedy search in quantifier. So to talk about greedy search, basically to find a match, the regular expression engine uses some algorithms. Firstly, for every position in the string, it is going to try to match the pattern at that position, and if there is no match, it is going to go to the next position. Now, these common words do not make it obvious why the regular expression actually fails. So let's elaborate how the search works for the pattern which we have specified here, that is a dot and a plus operator inside these double quotes. So the first pattern character is actually a double quote starting. So the regular expression engine is going to try to find it at the zero position of the string A, which is right over here, that says a witch and her broom is one, but there is a there, so there is immediately no match, because in the regular expression we have these double quotes, and in the string we have this a, which is actually not a match. So it is going to advance, and it is going to go to the next position in the source string, and it is going to try to find the first character of the pattern there, where it is again going to fail and finally find the quote at actually the third location, because as you can see here, that firstly we have this a, after that we have got a space here, and at the third instance we have a double quote, which is exactly what this regular expression is looking for here. So after it is going to actually have a code, so when the code is detected, and then what the engine is going to do is that it is going to try to find a match for the rest of the pattern. So it tries to see if the rest of the subject string conforms to the pattern, that is the dot plus and the closing tags for the double quotes. So what we have left are these three here. So in our case, the next pattern character is actually the dot operator, as you can see, because we have actually found a match for these double quotes at the third place inside the string. So now we are going to find a match for this dot operator here. So basically the dot operator denotes any character except a new line. So the next string letter W is going to fit that match. As I told you about the dot operator, that dot operator means any character except a new line. So right here, as soon as it continues its search and try to look for this dot operator, the next character it is going to find in the string is going to be this W. As I told you, that dot is any character except a new line, and since this is not a new line but a character here, so that's why it is immediately going to give you a match here, and W and this dot operator is actually going to be the match for these two inside the regular expression here. Then the dot actually repeats because of the quantifier, that is the dot plus. Since dot is followed by a plus operator, so it is going to repeat itself. So the regular expression engine adds to the match one character after another, but until one. All characters match the dot, so it only stops when it reaches the end of the string. So it is going to keep repeating itself until the end of the string is reached up till this e of this one. So it is going to be dot 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 everything over here. Let's just add a comment here, and right here it is going to start on with this, and right over here it is going to actually find you the match for the double quotes, and then it is going to have the dot, and since it is going to be followed by the plus operator, so we are going to have dots until the very end up till this e. So now the engine has actually finished repeating the dot plus, and it is going to try to find the next character of the pattern, that is the closing quote. But there is a problem, is that the string has actually finished and there are no more characters left, because since we have used the plus operator, so it is going to repeat this dot operator, and it is going to occupy it till the very end. And when now we want to find a match for this closing quote here, that is this one, what it is going to have is that since there are no characters left, so it is going to get a bit tricky for you. So that is exactly where the problem lies. The string has actually finished and there are no more characters left. Now the regular expression engine understand that it took too many dots, and it is going to start to backtrack. In other words, it is going to shorten the match for the quantifiers by one character at the time. So it assumes that the dot plus ends one character before the string, and tries to match the rest of the pattern from that position. If there were a code there, then the search would end. But since the last character here is E, so there is no match. So the engine decreases the number of repetitions of the dot plus by one more character. So the code actually does not even match at this end here. It is going to again actually repeat itself, so until and unless the match is completed. So what that is going to do is that when it tries to find a match for this ending quote here, and since the characters are finished, so what it is going to do is that it is going to realize that I have inserted too many dots match. So what it is going to do is that it is going to decrease one. And after that, since it is going to look at this end, so that is again not a match, so it is going to again remove one. So it is going to keep removing until and unless it is going to find this double quote after this M here, which is the match. So the match is going to get completed by actually decreasing the dot. That is going to be done by your system yourself. So the match is complete. So the first match, as you can see that is found over here, looks something like this one right behind it, that is witch and her broom, which is the match we have in the output as well. So you can see the output is right here that says match what the witch and her broom. So if the regular expression has actually the flag G here, then the search will continue from where the first match ends. If there are no more quotes in the rest of the string, that is one, so no more result. Now that's probably not what we expected, but that's how it works. In the greedy mode, by default, the quantified character is repeated as many times as possible. The regular expression engine adds to the match as many characters as it can for the dot plus here, and then shortens that by one if the rest of the pattern does not match. For our task, we want another thing. That's where a lazy mode can actually help you out. So I hope that you have understood that how we got this output, that is witch and her broom, but we were expecting the output to be witch and this broom over here, but not this witch and her broom. But that's how since it worked this way, so that's why you are going to get this output. So that was about the greedy mode in JavaScript. In the next tutorial we are going to talk about the lazy mode and see how that works. So for this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about regular expressions in JavaScript. And at this time, we are talking about the greedy and the lazy modes. So in the previous tutorial, we talked about the greedy search, and you see that how this output was generated, whereas what we expected was the output to be witch and broom. So for our task, we actually wanted something else. And as I told you at the end, that lazy mode is going to help us in this regard. And in this tutorial, that's exactly what we are going to see. So the lazy mode of quantifiers is actually an opposite to the greedy mode. It means repeat the minimal number of times. So we can enable it by putting a question mark after the quantifiers so that it become a steric question mark or plus question mark or double question mark or single quote question mark. So to make things clear, usually a question mark is a quantifier by itself. We have studied that. It means 0 or 1. But if needed after another quantifier or even itself, it gets another meaning. It switches actually the matching mode from greedy to the lazy mode. So in this example, if you add this question mark after the plus operator, then what that is going to do is that it is going to switch the matching mode from greedy to lazy mode. So here we have now this expression with a question mark after the plus operator. So it is now going to work as intended. It is going to find us what we need, that is the witch and the broom here. So we are not going to get this now. So if you save this and have a look at the output, you can see that it says witch and it says broom, which is exactly what we are looking for. Whereas if you remove this question mark, save this now, refresh this, you can see that we have got our previous output that says witch and her broom, which is not what we wanted. So we will add a question mark back. So now let's just see that how actually we got this output, that is witch in double quotes and broom in double quotes separated by a comma. So to clearly understand the change, so let's just trace the search step by step, and in the very same way we discuss it about the greedy search, let's just see how lazy mode works. So the first step is the very same. It is going to find the patron start, that is the double quote here. So we will just remove this from here now. So what that is going to do is that it is going to start the first match at this location where it is going to find a double quote right here. So you can see that the first has now actually matched. Now the next step is also similar. The engine is going to find a match for the dot operator, which is actually the part of the pattern which we have right here. Now, as I told you that dot means any character except a new line, so actually the match is going to be found right here. That is, the W is going to get matched with this dot operator in the pattern here. So what now it is going to do is that now the search is going to go differently, and that's where the difference between the greedy and lazy mode is going to come, because we have a lazy mode where we have added a question mark after the plus operator, and the engine does not try to match a dot one more time but stops and try to match the rest of the pattern right now. So what that is going to do is that it is going to first take into account this question mark here instead of repeating this dot here. So it is going to now look for this double quote here. So if there were a double quote there, then the search would actually end. But since there is a I here, so which is actually not a match, so there is no match, then what the regular expression engine is going to do is that it is going to increase the number of repetitions for the dot, and it is going to try one more time. So what that is going to do is that it is going to add a dot here, and then it is going to try to match this double quote with this T here. Now it is going to be again a failure, so the number of repetitions is going to increase again and again till the match for the rest of the pattern is going to be found, which is going to be right here. So after this hatch, you are going to get a match, which is going to be this one. Now, in the previous case where you were actually having this plus operator without a question mark, it is going to first repeat it till the very end. And after that, when it find out that we have one more match to do, but we are done with all the characters, so it then start decreasing here. But in this case, it is going to first look for a match. After that, it is going to insert a dot. So the next search is going to start from the end of the current match, and it is going to yield one more result. So since here the match has actually completed according to the pattern, so it is now going to get at the very start and start matching again from this space over here. No match, so it is going to just move on, no match with n. So it is going to find a match right here, and dots are going to get inserted in between these. So first it is going to find a match for this double quote, which is right here before this B. After that, for the dot mode, it is going to get matched with this R here. After that, it is going to actually search for this double quote, and it is going to find it right over here. But before that, for every iteration, it is going to add a dot and match it with all of these characters one by one. So it is going to be matches until and unless it finds this double quotes, that is going to be a match. And after that, it is again going to go to the start of the pattern, that is this double quote. But since we don't have any double quotes here, so it is going to generate this one and this one as the output of this lazy search. So the laziness is only enabled for the quantifier with a question mark. Now, other quantifiers remain greedy. For instance, if you have 1, 2, 3 space 4, 5, 6, and you want to match it with the D pattern, so it is going to give you 1, 2, 3, and 4 only. For example, if we have, let's just say, if you want to alert, and inside that you have 1, 2, 3, a space 4, 5, 6, and you want to call in the match function here, and you want to match it with a pattern that looks something like this with D plus and D plus, and you try to add a question mark here, then the output which it is going to generate is going to be 1, 2, 3 space 4 only. Now the pattern actually D plus tries to match as many digits as it can in the greedy mode. So it finds 1, 2, 3, and it is going to stop because the next character is a space. Then there is a space in the pattern it matches. Then after that, there is D plus with a question mark. The quantifier is in now lazy mode, so it finds one digit 4 and tries to check if the rest of the pattern matches from there, but there is nothing in the pattern after D plus. So the lazy mode does not repeat anything without need. The pattern is going to get finished and we are done, and we are going to have the match as 1, 2, 3 space 4. Now for optimization, modern regular expression engines can optimize internal algorithm to work faster, so they may work a bit different from the described algorithm. But to understand how regular expression work and build a regular expression, we don't need to know about that. They are only used internally to optimize things. Complex regular expressions are hard to optimize, so the search may work exactly as described as well. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered. We have talked about the greedy search and we have talked about the lazy mode as well, that how adding a question mark is going to actually change the entire scope of your search. So that is it with the greedy and lazy search. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about regular expressions in JavaScript. In this tutorial, we are going to cover a very important topic regarding regular expressions, that is the capturing groups. Now, a part of a pattern can be enclosed in parentheses, and that is what is we called as capturing group. Now, this has actually two effects. The first one is that it allows you to get a part of the match as a separate item in the result array. And the second is that if we put a quantifier after the parenthesis, it is going to apply to the parenthesis as a whole. So let's just see that how parentheses work in example. So let's just start on with a very simple example where we have an alert statement. And inside that, we have a normal text with a space, go, go, go now. And you want to match this with a regular expression where you are going to have a capturing group where you are going to have go inside that. And now you know that plus is actually going to be used for repeating purposes, IG, so that it is case insensitive. So what this plus is now going to do is that it is going to be applied on this whole go here because of these parentheses, which is actually the concept of the capturing group. So the output for this is going to be go, 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 since it is case insensitive, so it does not care whether this G is in caps or not. So this is going to be your output. Then you can also make something more complex like a regular expression to search for a website domain like mail.com, users.mail.com, smith.users.mail.com. So as you can see that a domain consists of repeated words, a dot after each one except the last one. So in regular expression, that is going to be something like this, where we are going to have, just remove this from here, and it is going to be a worldly character followed by a plus, followed by a dot, and this one is going to be plus as a whole. We will just remove this plus from here, and after that it is going to be slash w and a plus operator after that, followed by G. We don't want it to be case insensitive. So now if you have, let's just make it to site.com space my.site.com. So it is actually going to be a match. It is going to give you this over here as the output on your screen. So you can run it and see the output, which is going to be this right here. So this is actually the pattern which you have to use while searching for any domain. So the search work, but the pattern actually cannot match a domain with a hyphen, because if you have, let's just say my dash site.com, then that is not going to match, because in this word here, that is this slash w, hyphen does not belong to this class. So that's why it is going to give you an error message. You can actually fix it by having a dash here so that it is going to add a dash inside here. But for now, if you have this, it is not going to work. So as I told you, it cannot work. So you can actually extend it. So we can create a regular expression for emails based on it. So the email format is basically name at the rate of domain, and any word can be the name. Hyphens and dots are allowed. So in regular expression, that is going to look something like this, where you are going to have a dash operator first. Let's just quote it in the new line. So it is going to be something like this, where you're going to have these square brackets, dash, and followed by dot and worldly characters, and as a whole plus. So that is the pattern which you have to use in case of emails. So let's just talk about the parenthesis contents in the match. Now, parentheses are numbered from left to right actually. The search engine memorizes the content matched by each of them and allow to get it in the result. So the method string.match with regular expression in the parameter is that if the regular expression has no flag g, it is going to look for the first match and return it as an array. At index 0, the full match. At index 1, the contents of the first parameter. At index 2, the contents of the second parenthesis, and so on. So for instance, we will like to find HTML tags and process them. So it would be convenient to have the tag content that what's inside the angles in a separate variable. So you can actually wrap the inner content into parentheses like this, where you can have, just remove this, and you can actually code them like this, dot steric question mark. So this is actually, you can wrap the inner content into parentheses. So now what we are going to do is that we are going to get both the tag as a whole for h1 and its content h1 in the given array. So right here, what we are going to do is that we will just remove all of this stuff from here, and we are going to create an str that looks something like this, where we are going to have h1 that is going to say hello, and after that we are actually going to close this h1. So right here we are going to specify the tag, which is going to be string.match, and inside here we are going to specify the pattern as what we discussed, that was dot steric and a question mark. And what we are going to do is that we are going to enclose these in the round brackets, sorry, in the parentheses here, so that it is actually a capturing group. So as I told you, that now if you want to alert the 0th position, it is going to actually give you the output as this. That is going to be h1. Whereas if you try to alert the tag 1, then the output for you in that case is going to be h1. So I hope that you have understood that how parentheses or capturing groups help you to apply a quantifier to a thing as a whole. So before we quit on, let's just talk about non-capturing groups with a question mark. So sometimes we actually need parentheses to correctly apply a quantifier, but we don't want their contents in result. Now a group may be excluded by adding the question mark and the colon in the beginning. For instance, if we want to find the go plus in the very first example which we talked about, but we don't want the parenthesis content, that is go, inside that as a separate array item, we can write question mark colon go, and that is going to be in the parenthesis, and it is going to be followed by the plus operator. So it is going to look something like this, where we have the parenthesis, and inside that we are going to add a question mark and a colon, and after that we are going to have this go plus here. So let's just see this with the help of an example. So let's just remove this from here, and we are going to have a string that is going to be go 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 John, and after that we are going to have a regular expression where we are going to exclude the go from capturing. So to do that, we are going to have a case insensitive pattern where we are going to have the very same go, followed by a plus operator, but this time since we are going to exclude it since it is a non-capturing group, so we are going to add a question mark and colon, and it is going to get followed by W plus. So right here we can have the result that is going to be str dot match, and it is going to pass in the regular expression here. So now if you try to have result 0, then it is actually going to give you the full match, and the full match here in this case is going to be go 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 John. Now if you want to alert the res1, then it is actually going to give you John as the output, and if you want to have the res dot length, then that is going to give you to no more items are going to be in the array. So that is how the non-capturing groups work, and you can actually exclude something using the question mark and colon operator, that is the operator for non-capturing groups. So what we have studied is that parentheses group together a part of the regular expression so that the quantifiers apply to as a whole. Parentheses grouped are number left to right and can optionally be named as well. The contents matched by a group can be obtained in the result using the str.match or str.match all. And we can also exclude a group from numbering by adding a question mark colon in its starts. That's used when we need to apply a quantifier to the whole group but don't want it as a separate item in the results array. We also can't reference such parentheses in the replacement string as well. So that is it with capturing groups. It is a very important topic, and you are going to see a lot of the uses of this in the future tutorials as well. So I hope that you have got a very good grip on what we have studied in this tutorial. So thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are discussing regular expressions. And in this tutorial, we are going to talk about back-referencing in pattern. So we can use the contents of capturing groups not only in the result or in the replacement string, but also in the pattern itself. So let's just talk back reference by number using the /n. Now a group can be referenced in the pattern using the \n where n is the group number. Now to make things clear here, why that's useful, let's just consider a task. So let's just say that we need to find quoted strings that can be either a single quoted or a double quoted string. Both variants should match. Now question is that how we are going to find them. So we can put actually both kind of quotes in square brackets, but it would find string with mixed quotes. Like it can be, let's just say starting is the double quote where the ending is the single quote, or it can be other ways as well. Now that would lead to incorrect matches when one quote appears inside other ones, like in the string where we can have, like in the very previous example where we wrote in she's the one. So let's just say that you have a string that looks something like this. He said, and after that it is going to be she the one exclamation, and that is going to end here. So if you have, let's just say, a regular expression here that is going to be something like this, where we are looking for single quotes, double quotes. After that, we are having dot steric question mark, and we are having single quotes and double quotes followed by a G. So this is the regular expression we have. And now what we want to do with it is that we want to alert str.match with the regular expression. So if you run this, you are going to get the output that is going to look something like this, where it is going to have a starting quote, she, and it is going to be this closing bracket here. And now as we can see that the pattern actually find an opening quote that was a double quote, and then the text is consumed till the other quote that is the single quote that matches the close. Now to make sure that the pattern look for the closing quote exactly the same as the opening one, we can actually wrap it inside a capturing group, and we can back reference that. Now to do that, what we have to do inside this pattern here is that we are going to just remove this from here, and we are going to add a capturing group here. And now when you run this code, you are going to get the output which you want. That is going to be she's the one, exclamation mark. So that is the output you were expecting. So the regular expression engine actually finds the first code, and it actually memorizes the contents of that. And that's the first capturing group. Now further in the pattern \1 means that find the same text as in the first group, exactly the same code in our case. So similar to that, if you use the /2, that would mean the content of the second group. If you use /3, it is going to uh, actually it is actually going to mean the contents of the third group, and so on. Then you can also back reference using this, that is actually by name. Now if a regular expression has many parentheses, now it's convenient to actually give them names. Now to reference a named group, we can actually use this format, which is right here, that is /k, and after that you have to specify the name. So let's just say that you have this very same string, and what you're going to do is that you are going to actually change the pattern here. So in the pattern, what we are going to do is that we are going to have quote, and outside that, what we are going to do is, we don't need this. In here, we are going to have the, and inside that, we are going to have dot steric question mark, followed by this k, and after that, you have to specify this as quote. /k and quote, and that is going to be it. So when you now run it, it is going to give you the output which you actually require here. So I hope that you have understood that, and what you have to do also is that you have to close these brackets here and not here. So now that is going to work completely. You have this code where you want to look for either this question mark or double question mark, and now we have actually named it. And now when you run it, it is going to give you this as the output. So that's how actually you can back reference by name and use the capturing groups to actually print out what you want. So that is it with back referencing and patterns. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are discussing regular expressions in JavaScript. In this tutorial, we are going to talk about alternation. So basically, alternation is a term in regular expression that is actually a simple OR. Now, in a regular expression, it is actually denoted with a vertical line character as in any other language. So for instance, let's just say that we have a string that is actually a list of programming languages. So we will have str, and that is going to equal to first HTML appeared, then CSS, then JavaScript. So this is exactly how you should actually learn website development. You should first have HTML, then CSS, and after that you are going to have JavaScript. So right here we are going to define our regular expression that is going to look something like a pattern where we are going to make it case insensitive. And inside this pattern, what we are going to do is that we are going to write an HTML, then we are going to write an or, PHP, or CSS, or Java. In brackets, you can write in script, followed by a question mark. So this is the regular expression here, and this is our string. So if you now want to have alert str dot match, and inside that, if you specify the regular expression, then it is actually going to print out HTML, CSS, and JavaScript as your output. So we already saw a similar thing, which is the square brackets. They allow to choose between multiple characters. For instance, where we have the example where you have gr, and inside that you have either A or E, and then you have Y. So it actually helped us to choose between either this A or this E here. So it is going to either match the pattern that can be gray, or it can be GREY. So it also, you can see that looks something like an or here. So square bracket actually allow only one characters or character classes. Now what alternation is going to help us with that, it is going to allow any expression. A regular expression like A or B or C means one of the expression, either A or B or C. So for instance, in here, in this example, if you quote AE, so it is going to be A or E. So it is going to exactly mean the very same where you have GR and then you have AE inside that. So these two expressions are actually very same here. So now to actually apply alternation to a chosen part of the pattern, we can actually enclose it in parentheses. So like if you have I love HTML or CSS, so if you have, let's just say something like I love HTML or CSS, it is going to actually match where you have I love HTML or CSS. So these two are actually going to match. Whereas if it is also going to match the statement where you can have I love HTML or I love CSS, the very same way the square brackets work. So I hope that you have understood it. So let's just have a regular expression for a time where we can have an example for that. So in previous tutorials, there was a task to actually build a regular expression for searching time in the form where we have hours and then minutes. For instance, if you have 1200 and you have a simple pattern where you have DD colon DD, that is two-way. It is going to accept 25 colon 99 as well as the time, as the 99 minutes match the pattern, but that time is invalid for sure. So how can we make a better pattern? So we can use a more careful matching. First, we are going to find the hours. So if the first digit it is either 0 or 1, then the next digit can be any, which can be either 0 or 1. Otherwise, if the first digit is 2, then the next must be from 0 to 3. No other first digits is going to be allowed. So we can write both variants in a regular expression using alternation, where you can have something like this, where you will have that the first character is either 0 or it is going to be either 1, and it is a digit, or it can also start with 2, but when it starts with 2, it can be from 0 to 3 only, because you know that the hours are only 24. So this can be, as I told you, either 0 or 1. So this should be limited to 0 till 3. After that, a colon, and then the minutes can be from 0 till 59. So the first digit can be from 0 to 5 slash B. Now the last digit can be anything. It can be either 0, it can be 9 as well, or anything in between that. So we are almost done, but there is a problem. There is that the alternation now happens to be between 01 slash d and 203 colon 0 dash 5 slash d. That is, minutes are added to the second alternation variant. So to get you a clear picture, we have slash t, and let's just add space here, and then 203 colon. So we have a alternation between this and actually this entire pattern over here. So that pattern looks for first this one, or it is going to either look for this entire one. But that is actually wrong, because what we want it to do is that we want it to look with this, where this is actually something that is separate, then this is also separate, whereas this is also separate, and the last one over here is also separate. So what the alternation should only be using in the ORs part of the regular expression to allow 0, 1d or 2, 0 till 3. So we are going to correct that by enclosing or into parentheses. So the final solution here is going to look something like this, where we will have a regular expression that is going to equal to, let's just enclose it in the pattern here. And inside here, what we are going to do is that we are going to add a closing parenthesis here. And after that, we are going to have the closing parenthesis here. So opening and closing parentheses have been specified. And now that is going to give us exactly the time which we are looking for. So right down here, if you try to have the alert statement, and inside that alert statement, you have 00 colon 00 and 10 colon 10 and 23 colon 59 and 1 colon 2, and call in the match here with the regular expression, then this is only going to get you what we have here, these 3 times, because this over here is not going to be a match. So you can also run it. So we will just remove these comments from here. So just save this and refresh this, and you're going to see that you have 2359. The rest, I guess we forgot to add a D here. Just remove these spaces now. Now save this and now refresh this. And now you can see that we have got the 3 correct patterns for a time, which we have right here. So that's how actually the alternation works in JavaScript. So I hope that you have understood alternation and you have seen how it was actually kind of similar to the square brackets pattern which we have studied in the previous tutorials. So that is it with this tutorial. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about regular expressions in JavaScript. And in this tutorial, we are going to talk about look ahead and look behind. So sometimes we need to find only those matches for a pattern that are actually followed or preceded by another pattern. Now there is a special syntax for that. That is what exactly we are going to discuss in this tutorial. That is look ahead and look behind, together referred to as look around. For the start, let's just find the price from the string like one turkey costs $30. That is actually a number that is followed by a dollar sign. So let's just look at the syntaxes first. So in the look ahead, we have 2 kinds. We have a positive look ahead and we have not a p negative, but we have a negative look ahead syntax. So for the positive, you can see that it looks something like this. So it actually means that you have to look for X, but match only if it is followed by Y. Now there may be any pattern instead of X and Y. So for an integer number that is followed by a dollar sign, the regular expression is going to be slash d plus, and inside that it is going to be question mark equal to dollar sign inside the parenthesis. So if we have an example of the positive look ahead, then it is going to be let an str that is equal to one coffee costs 30, and it is going to be followed by a dollar sign. So as you can see here that it says a number that is followed by a dollar sign here. So right here, if you have an alert statement and you write an str dot match with an expression where you have slash d plus, and inside the parentheses you have to actually write in the syntax for the look ahead that looks something like this, where we have question mark equal to, and y here is going to be the dollar sign here. So actually we have x, which is going to be this, that are some digits plus, so which means that it is going to be this number that is 30 in this case, and it is going to be followed by this y, which is the dollar sign here. So if you run this code, it is going to give you 30, which means that the number 1 is ignored, so it is not followed by a dollar sign. So if you note here, the look ahead is merely a test. The contents of the parentheses are not included in the result 30. So when we look for the syntax for of the look ahead, the regular expression engine finds the x and then check if there is a y immediately after it. If it is not so, then the potential match is skipped and the search continues. Now, more complex tests are also possible, which means it can actually ask you to find x, check if y is immediately after x, skip if it is not, check if z is immediately after x, skip if it is not. If both tests pass, then the x is a match, otherwise continue searching. So you can have something like this as well in the positive one, where you can have more like these, where question mark equal to, let's just say z here. So it is going to check for x, check if y is immediately after x, if not, check if z is immediately after it. If both passed, then x is a match. Now, in other words, such pattern means that we are looking for x followed by y and z at the same time. That's only possible if patterns y and z are not mutually exclusive. So in this example here, if we have right here, we make certain changes where we are going to make this to slash s, and after that we want to have question mark equal to dot steric 30. So now what that is going to do is that it is going to generate 1 as the output. Now in our string, exactly that exactly matches the number 1, which is right over here. So that's how you can actually make it complex as well. Now we have the negative look ahead as well. You can see the syntax for that as well. So in that, let's just say that we want a quantity inset, so not a price from the same string. Now that is going to be a number not followed by a dollar sign. So for that, a negative look ahead can be applied. Now the syntax is right in front of you, which means that search x, but only if not followed by y. So in here, if we have this one coffee cost $30 and you want to use the negative look ahead, then what you can have is that in place of question mark equal to, you can have question mark negation. And what you can have here is that you can have the work boundary, and right here we are going to actually have our very own dollar sign, and we are going to actually exclude the rest and just use G here. So what that is going to do is that it is going to also give you this as the output, that is the price is actually, since it is not going to be matched this time, because it is going to give you anything which is actually not followed by a dollar sign, which is actually this one over here, that is a digit and also not followed by a dollar sign. So I hope that you have understood what look ahead is and also what negative look ahead is. So let's just talk about look behind. Now, look behind is actually similar, but it is going to actually look behind. That is, it allows to match a pattern only if there is something before it. So you can see the syntax for the positive look behind. it is going to match X, but only if there is a Y before it. And for a negative look behind, it is going to match X, but only if there is no Y before it. For example, if you change the price to US dollars and the dollar sign is usually before the number, so right here we have the dollar sign after, but if you add this dollar sign before it, then that is actually going to be like using the look behind here. So if you have the str.match, we will just remove this from here. And in the parenthesis here, you can have question mark equal to a dollar sign, and outside that you can have d plus. Now you can see that this is actually the syntax for looking for a sign, and then this is the syntax for the digit that is going to be this 30. So it is going to look for this digit and it is going to look behind for a dollar sign before this digit. So if you run this code, it is actually going to give you 30 as the output, so it is going to skip the sole number. And if we need the quantity here, then it is going to be not preceded by a dollar sign. So we can use the negative look behind for that, where we are going to actually make a small change here, where we are going to have not this equal to operator, but an exclamation mark. And this is going to be followed by this. We are going to just add a work boundary here, and the rest is going to remain the same. And this time it is going to give you 1 as the output, which is something that is not followed, not actually a number. We have nothing before that number, which is a look behind thing. So that's what look ahead and look behind are. I hope that you have understood that. So thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys